listeners, we are over here in Minneapolis at the farmers market. This is where the racers are gathering. You can hear some of the running. A lot of them are going to their cars. Several of them are out driving through the metro area in a reckless fashion. So
this is something.
Hundreds of cars here. We just got here. There's a multi-agency task force out here tonight. Many different agencies out here to help stop this reckless. And just a reminder, in incidents in the past, 2 people were shot and killed in the reveling. Originally, this group was planning to roll out around 9, but we do know that some of them have updated their schedule to 10 o'clock. It's technically in the Minneapolis police jurisdiction.
I wonder what that does to the engine of your car when you rev it that extremely.
I don't know. So,
I can't imagine.
You're getting a bird's eye view of what happens in the summertime, and believe me, the State Patrol and Minneapolis Police Department is cracking down. This is the first major event of the year. However, of course, if they come to St. Paul, the CAT unit definitely diverts. But as of this moment, they have not come to St. Paul. Of course, they watch live on patrol, so they know we're here. Matt and I have our canister of mace. Ready?
Certainly do. A lot of hundreds of people here.
We know the organizers. We try to let them have car meets without acting up. I say we over on our side of the river. Again, this is in Minneapolis, underneath the 94 bridge, and right across the street from your farmers market.
Just about every stripe of high-performance car you can imagine.
Just want you to see the behavior that law enforcement has to deal with and try to control. A lot of these cars were down in Burnsville earlier. Some of them were in our county over at Harriet Island. And as they came over here to merge, they were driving recklessly on our freeways. Someday, somehow, that noise you hear is not gunfire. Some of these cars backfire, but there were a lot of calls. A lot of calls for gunfire last time. Track that, I gotta do something else. So, I mean, since they realized we're here, they toned down a little bit. Mark my words, the whole place is surrounded by multiple agencies waiting for them to drive reckless or careless.
Parking sticker on the rearview mirror.
I missed that. Was one show me what it is. Is it a good one or?
Yeah.
Yeah, is it something we were looking at or just?
No, just
just random. Like we live in these apartments right next door, Pat.
that wouldn't that be something?
So far, all we've seen is revving, not so much donuts or squealing. Right?
Right. Tearing up their engines. I guess it wears out the crankshaft and the camshaft bearings at a fast rate.
Yeah, over.
The key here is to get as many license plates as we can.
I'm at a barrel on that 35. I'll jump south. Goes for all there.
It's actually a pretty good spot, huh?
Wait, is there
I don't know if there's a better spot to observe what's happening here. Again, we're in Minneapolis. We're in Minneapolis. Oh, we just got something thrown at our car. Very classy, very classy. Come on over the fence, we got mace. I'm gonna get a party can out of the back, just in case, man.
Yeah, why don't you grab a couple?
You like those big ones, Pat.
I do, and I like them with the handle.
I got the small one. I should probably give you this one because you know what happened last time. All right, racers, if you're listening, and by now you are, do not come to Ramsey County. We are, we'll be waiting your arrival if you do. But more importantly, just don't drive recklessly. Don't hurt somebody. Right?
That's right.
I should get the DNA off that bottle that hit us.
There you go.
Galactic punch. See if we get a little bit better angle on this whole fiasco here.
That's the start. 1501 White Bear for medical.
I like getting the plates on these cars, you know, when they leave.
Out of it, or possibly under the influence.
I'm sorry?
Now refusing to leave.
I like getting the license plates on these cars as they leave.
Just read them out.
No, I just mean I like getting my camera. Well, there's many, many more on the far side over there in the farmer's market.
Push by the back of your
Well. We're going to be tied up in a couple different spots. Maybe we have a night officer start.
There's the White Bear for medical. Looks like he was reported to be out of it, possibly under the influence, and now refusing to leave.
Transmission's working okay there, Pat?
Yes, sir.
Does this look familiar?
Sure does. And you've got one of those on the channel for here, right?
Yeah, I'll give it to you.
Just,
I think
in case.
I might have turned them down a little bit.
Yeah, I'm good leaving it down. I just want to just in case thing. And I'm going to see exactly where we
Minneapolis.
Copy. 2120.
See if they get a bottle thrown at them.
01.
537.
299 East Glendale.
That's going to be the female from 533 Cisco. You can do
Those of you that come to the farmer's market, you recognize right on the right there that ATM sign. There's a Dodge Charger. I'm sure we'll encounter him later. Now that is a Buick, right?
No, Mercury.
We generally try to take these cars off as they're leaving at other places.
There's a Mercury Grand Marquis.
Grand Marquis.
01.
Out of Fridley. Did you see him almost hit that car up there?
I did, yeah. Well, like I said.
White Bears, southbound to all have to be clear. Check 116.
Call Darren McDonald.
Calling Darren McDonald.
Hey, you want to head over here? I mean, you don't have to high speed it, just to be here just in case something goes down. Can you hear me okay or not? You know where I'm at? Farmers Market Racers. 94 to 55, and then right now we're on the east side of 94. I'll probably meet you back on the west side.
Perfect.
Thanks, Mike.
Sounds good.
I'm gonna get a few more cars. For the record, we don't mind kids meeting up to look at cars. You know, that happens all the time in our city. And we allow them, we engage them in conversation. But the problem is, as you're seeing here, this evolves. It's the 3% rule. And that's generally the 3% rule in life. 3% are just poorly behave and break the law.
Something just came in from Steve a minute ago.
That's why that White Bear one hit for us, because that was a southbound one. They're reading which isn't ours.
282 Tango.
It's good for the kids to know that somebody's out here paying attention here.
Can you open a call for a hit and run at 242 West 7th, Burrill, and Coachburg?
Copy.
So if you're just joining us, you're joining us late, we are at the Minneapolis Farmers Market where the street racers are gathering. And we're expecting, there's not, some of them,
I'm gonna go on Team Cosmetics or
originally they're pulling out at 9, but now we're hearing the reckless, they're gonna pull out at 10. Having said that, some of them gathered in other parts of the metro area, Burnsville, Harriet Island, and they drove here in a reckless fashion. They got calls on 35W northbound from Burnsville. Cars racing in a reckless fashion.
That's the stuff we don't like.
The background noise is not our car.
377. Medics report 4 if you have any other spots coming in and cancel. How are you doing?
So it's slowly emptying out.
Well, they probably know that their time is getting short here. Time is getting short.
Code 4 if you have any other spots coming making cancels. Everything on 76 there.
We saw Crystal Police Department here. It does seem like you'd ruin your car, right?
Oh, it does. Takes thousands of miles off the life of your car.
That's got to be terrible for you, right?
Yep.
Sad part is, you know, you got all these kids standing around, of course, up right here by the farmer's market on both sides. They're waiting for these guys to spill their tires.
Mm-hmm.
Well, not just burnouts. That's the problem. And it has happened on a regular basis that someone in the crowd gets hit. The worst part is when they start doing donuts and their rear end starts kicking out and hitting people.
I've seen some videos just recently of some horrific accidents at these meets around the country.
Yeah. So, you know, let your legislators, your police departments know that you really don't want to tolerate this dangerous, reckless driving. You know, we've been very successful at seizing cars, prosecuting. This is a new year. Last year was a little quieter. The organizers, some of the organizers in past years moved to other states. You know, so obviously there's a new organizer in town. So you putting it back in or are you taking it out?
Put it in for now.
I got two of them. One of them is fresh. Does that one seem fresh enough?
Advise just 317. I didn't think you're suspicious of 1619 Maryland. I'll advise.
Just get it all the way out the window when you make them. See, I got the narrow stream over here. See?
Yeah, I did. But that was like probably 10 ago.
You got the cloud.
Yep, I don't like the cloud.
Just supposed to start 1,802 on
Which
an
way is the wind blowing?
Million in the background now stating that the female scratched him and he wants to press charges into his
You got a narrow streamer too? In case this guy walks up to us, he wants to talk.
Uh-huh. Yeah, like this.
That one will puff us. Hey, what's going on, buddy? We are.
I love you, Bob.
Thank you.
I love you guys. Bro, my sisters are watching.
Well, we just want everybody to be safe. You know that, right?
Yeah, I get that.
Car meetups are one thing. Little revving is another. But when they start fishtailing into the crowd,
Right? No, I come here just for cars. But when people start doing dumb stuff like that, it just really.
we saw a couple, right? That Mercury Marquis.
Yeah, you guys are over by the fence. I saw you on the live.
Yeah.
You guys see
When
that?
the guy threw the bottle at us? The guy threw the bottle at us? Yep.
That's insane. Yeah, no, usually these car meets aren't like this, but I don't know, it was a different dude who hosted it, but
Yeah, that's the thing. Depends on the host.
I was not expecting it to be like this. I thought it was gonna be a small meet, park and chill.
Where did you go before you came here? Were you down in Burnsville or?
Oh no, I wasn't in Burnsville.
Came right here.
I came from Zimmerman. So.
Zimmerman.
Yeah, I heard about that meet in Burnsville.
Yeah.
All right, I'll let you guys get back to work.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much.
Take care of yourself.
The train and some of the people that are on the platform.
Another guy. Here we go. This guy's gonna videotape and burn it out. He's got the camera over there. See, their friends hold the camera.
We'll be waiting downstairs in the lobby, just next to the fire.
HWF 123. HWF 123.
FPR 196.
FPR 196. You get that old one? That's Illinois?
I think that's Wisconsin. Personalized. R3SPCT.
All right, racers, just so you know, your time is expiring. Your time is expiring.
He's wearing a black coat and he has a black crossbag with him.
Sounds like backfire. A lot of shots fired calls last week. Again, we're over in Minneapolis by the Farmers Market under the Freeway 94 bridge, where a group of racers has gathered. We're not so concerned about the gathering as we are the driving conduct afterward. And just a reminder, racers, if you flee the police, your car is subject to forfeiture. If you flee the police, your car is subject to forfeiture, and either way, it's going to be a long court process before you get it back. So if you get stopped by one of us, pull over, take your ticket, take your medicine, but do not flee the police.
That'll be very, very expensive.
Rest assured, there are tools available. There are tools available to catch you.
CJY 243.
Starting to thin. The crowd is starting to thin a little, Pat, right?
Yes, it is. KWH 802.
Do not come to Ramsey County. A lot of times, their favorite place over there is off of Randolph and Shepherd Road, east in our county. Energy Park Drive, of course, they're regulars there. We have officers standing by at those locations, waiting for you.
Open arms.
Tow trucks available. Several tow trucks on standby.
Lots of empty back seats.
It is thinning out a little bit though, right?
Yep.
Not totally, but...
Fire at 3000 Cushing Drive, apartment 312. Upon senior interesting noise in the apartment and throughout the building. There's no gas.
They want parking lots.
Okay.
I thought that was station.
2165, one in custody.
Copy, thank you.
Captain of Custody.
All right.
doing, guys?
Gentlemen,
How's it going?
how's it
You're
going?
Bob Fletcher, right?
I am, yes.
Bob Fletcher?
Nice to meet you.
How you doing? What you doing way out here, man?
Yeah, they needed a little help over here.
Oh,
Little, and there's some Ramsey County residents in here that asked us to make sure they were safe.
oh, gotcha.
How about you guys? Where do you live?
Around like Brooklyn Park area.
Brooklyn Park?
Oh, you're live streaming?
We are.
gotcha.
Yeah,
How's
we're
it-
live streaming. We're live streaming. How about you guys? You guys got cars down here?
Like,
Just for show and looks and fun, not to race,
Yeah,
right?
We stock though. We slow.
That's
we
it.
can't do that.
We don't mind people just hanging out.
But you're not taking thousands of miles off your engine doing
right,
that.
right, doing that. No, not at all. Not at all.
Man.
What causes that type of backfire? How do they do
A
that?
tune. They got to tune
They
it.
get a tune it?
A tune or like exhaust or like having no.
But
cats.
that's opposite tuner. I mean, I got a dual
That timing
turbo.
chain thing?
I got a dual turbo Explorer with 500 horsepower.
With
That
the ST?
yeah, you tuned it up. You know the chip,
Yeah.
but it doesn't sound like that.
You can get it to sound like
Yeah,
that, though.
if you like,
Yeah.
if you replace the cats, like take the cats off,
Yes,
you can get it to sound like that.
really.
Yes.
That's got to be bad for the pistons,
So-
right?
no, not if you tune it, it can actually be better.
Even
Especially like with a turbo
Well, that's like
car.
backfire there, though, right?
For like a turbo car, it's better to have more back pressure.
Back pressure. I don't know a lot about cars, but I got guys that do. You know, so we're gonna get a couple of those 500 horses. I mean, it's not like a Hellcat, but it's pretty damn close.
Yeah,
you know,
it's pretty
for a
good.
car.
Pretty fast.
0 to 60 in under 3 seconds.
I don't even. In fact, I got rid of it. I was driving it, but it lurches too much. You know, this Durango, you know, it's only got 360 horse. You know, our SRT's got 460. Our other,
SRTs?
huh?
Ramsey County got SRT?
Yeah, we got SRTs.
Yep.
Those are okay, but
Was those confiscated cars or y'all bought them with taxpayer
no,
money?
we bought them with taxpayers' money. Yes, taxpayers' money. The
Taxpayers.
taxpayers want us to be able to catch the guys.
Yeah, of course.
Did you guys look at our Facebook page ever?
Yeah, we was just talking about you earlier
Did you
today.
see our
Yeah.
the
If I'm
two
paying for Hellcats,
the
can I drive it?
Exactly.
You see the pit maneuvers at all or not? No.
What was that? What
You
was
see
it?
any of our pit maneuvers at all or not? We got 30 guys trained in pit maneuvers.
Check
so-
on the sheriff's
Ramsey
page.
County?
There's a couple
Yeah.
recent pit maneuvers on there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, wow. You're not performing pits, right? You don't got a push bumper or push bar.
Well, we can do them without push button, but I generally rely on somebody else to do it.
Last resort.
Yeah, last resort. You know, shooter, murderer, sex rapist. You know, then I'll just take them out. You call it a pit, but
What you got to do to get this kind of cruising?
I don't know, nothing. What do you mean?
Get a college degree in law enforcement?
That's it.
Surprisingly, these Durangos, these Hemis are cheaper than you would think because there's not a lot of extra besides the motor. You know, it's the motor you're paying for, and the rest is nothing special.
So would you say the Ford Explorer's interior is better than the Durangos?
No.
No.
This is a comfortable ride.
Any police pursuit car, the interiors are not great. You know what I'm saying? But and we get deals on the cars. Obviously, we buy them in bulk. We've had some problems with these Durangos. Oh, there's the one without lights on it. We got troopers. We got troopers hanging at the end of these roads. So
Yeah,
I
seen
don't
that.
know where they're
Yeah,
going.
you don't got to do much. Leave it up to the troopers.
No,
There you go.
You mind putting the lights on for us?
Well, you're going to expose me to the rest of the crew. There we go. These nice kids. They're going to get a little picture of our car in the background. Hey, how are you?
Took a while to get over here.
Yeah, I know, it's terrible. Hey, do me a favor, pull up on this side over here. On there. Yeah, we got. He's got the bumper. He's gonna pull up where you guys are.
Oh, he dressed like the SWAT. What, you ready to arrest somebody?
Hi.
Hi.
Good, how are you guys?
We need some backup over here. We got Darren over here to back us up now.
I was watching it, so that's why.
Yeah.
Yep.
He is. Yeah.
I'm on patrol on Facebook.
Darren's talking to those young men now. What do you think? Is it thinning out?
Seems to be. But there's still a lot of people.
If we had one more car, we could. I want to see the car making that noise.
Good night. Nice to meet you guys.
Nice to meet you.
Hey, have a good one, you
Yeah.
guys.
Appreciate you talking to us. Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you.
Hey,
Thank you. Thanks,
you
buddy.
too.
Thank you. Thank you. God bless.
Be safe.
Yeah, safe. Well, supposedly their leader told them to pull out at 10, but we don't know where they're going.
Probably Regent Park and Brooklyn Park, maybe?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know if
Hopefully not Energy Park Drive. Yeah, block that puppy off. That's what we did one year. Block it off, take them all. We like when they go to areas that they can't escape. And again, viewers, we don't mind car meets, kids hanging out. I mean, there's obviously not a lot of alcohol being drank, but a lot of energy drinks. But we just, the 3% that get reckless. The problem is a lot of the 90% like to watch the 3% get reckless. That is, of course, one of the problems. I'm going to put my lights on now. Now that you're here. So if they do a drive-by on Pat and I, you can still catch up.
Please add myself and 537 for DWC purposes.
Can I mute?
No. They get so mad at us when we mute Pat. You know that, right?
But you know that's the one they're talking about.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I figured, but who took this one? This video. Is it? Same guy that does them all, yeah. He must have been looking at some streams. If you see it, Eagle Eye, let me know.
Oh yeah.
It's off to the races.
And that's happening on 7, correct?
Yeah. You got that backside, right?
Yep.
See what I got, Darren? I got that's
Can you let me borrow this one?
it's got to be upwind though.
Hi, Bob.
How's it going? How are you?
Good, how are you? I see you right here.
Yeah, right here we are.
Have a good
You
one.
too, thank you.
That's some nice old Monte Carlo.
So if you just joined us, we are near the Farmers Market in Minneapolis on a racing detail. Racers from all over Minnesota, Wisconsin. What is it? Racers from all over Minnesota, Wisconsin come here, and for the most part it's a car meet for most of them to see cars, but then it evolves into revving cars, which of course isn't illegal, before 10 o'clock, and then squealing tires. Unfortunately though, it turns into
512 South Avenue in the
Unfortunately, it turns into dangerous and hazardous donut shooting here later.
5 mile late 50s. We're in a
So the Minnesota State Patrol, Minneapolis Police Department is down here working all these entrances and exits. A lot of videotaping going on, a lot of streaming. If you look online on Snapchat, Instagram, you'll see. That's a Corvette, right there?
Yep.
We got our eyes on a car we're looking for.
Did you say that suspect is QA now?
She had eyes on him, and someone else's.
Yeah, some Grand Marquis was hot dogging it out of the lot in front of us. Damn near creamed the car right up the street.
Austin, if you're listening, Austin, make sure your troops comply with the law. Austin, if we hook up later tonight, I hope you're just keep in mind you are responsible for what takes place, Austin. As the main organizer here, things get out of control, it's partly you.
We got a bottle tossed at us when we first got here.
Seriously?
Yeah. We were on the other side of that fence. Came running up to the fence and threw it over the fence.
Hit the roof though. Most of these kids are like these last two groups. They like us. They just, hey, what's going on, Sheriff's Department? I'm glad you're down here. We're about to move in.
Did you see that?
That's crazy.
No,
Yeah.
I didn't see that video.
No, it's all good.
Without saying anything,
I don't
you
know
know
where
what
they're
that's
gonna go,
about,
but
right?
They're probably going.
Last weekend there was like 700 down here.
Yeah, but when they go, when they leave here, they're probably going to stay in your jurisdiction. You know,
I thought it was here.
Brooklyn Park
It
or
was.
something,
Oh.
River Road.
But
Yeah, 3 stolen
Doesn't want me to
we were chasing
mute.
last night
Yeah.
all around
Nope.
north
Totally
side.
understand.
Oh, you were. Good for you. Yeah, I wasn't listening to that one. We had a couple chases ourselves, but I didn't hear about the Hondas. Did you get them?
No, it doesn't help that flight wasn't up last night.
Right.
Hopefully tonight. We found one of them earlier, but he took off again.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, we were. I don't know. It was a little.
Huh?
Wasn't real busy on our side last night. I mean, it was above average, but that Wednesday night we had a couple good ones. Is that the white one there or not? No.
could be. Could be.
You want to check it out?
Yeah.
All right, let's go. We'll do a loop.
Yep.
What?
I'm not sure where it went.
I'm not either. It's probably straight, right?
Probably.
He wasn't driving reckless though
No, but
when he left. I don't know where he went either. Is he up here? I was thinking that Hennepin County guy was going to follow him, but it's all right. You know, we're patient.
Yep.
It's the car we were looking for.
Position 3
He wasn't driving reckless. We're not even sure if it was the right one.
Stand down. Lexington Parkway South, Montreal Avenue.
At least they were friendly, right, Pat?
Absolutely.
All right. Well, you've been mute now.
Rolling down 7, we see that ride. It's Bob and Beck, got the cameras live. They want love, now we bring the truth. Calling out names, justice for the youth. They push the lies, we push it back. Ain't no grandpa, his past is black. 2008, he crushed the set, locked up the press, silenced the 10. They get to know what boy we did. Uncover the facts, expose the kid. Action Alice, Douglas Sue. 30 hands in the dirty crew. You shout out, girls, say it loud, say it clear. Justice for the names that they don't want to hear. Bob got secrets, but we got the light. Friday night live, Bob from the truth to the mic. Charter school scam that we already know. Taxpayers bled, no lessons taught. 10 mil gone, but the check ain't bought. Jailhouse spaces kept on staff. County sued, we did the math. Over budget, begging for more. Blame the board while it breaks the law. Names on our lips, hands in the sky. Say their names, let the truth fly. Names on our lips, hands in the sky. Say their names, let the truth fly. You shout out, girls, say it loud, say it clear. Just for the names that they don't want to hear. All got secrets, but we got the right. Friday night live, Bob from the truth to the mic.
My jacket looks like it has orange on the inside of it. He was last seen northbound on the red lane.
Truth to the mic.
He's going to be with a female and he might be carrying a toolbox. We're just left in the yard.
We did our homework. We ain't fooled
All
by the
right, we
grandpa
are back,
act.
but
We see
there
the
is a
past,
white one
we see the
over
lies.
here
We
that
don't
we
stop till the
want.
truth survives.
We can mute. We are mute.
Video, I'm going to check on this apartment real quick. It's not the victims of speaking to his upstairs neighbors.
Truth to the mic.
377, the unit.
Truth to the mic.
Have a unit broken into a west victim.
Rolling down 7, we see that ride. It's Bob and Beck, got the cameras live. They want love, now we bring the truth. Calling out names, justice for the youth. They push the lies, we push it back. Ain't no grandpa, his past is black. 2008, he crushed the set, locked up the press, silenced the 10. They get to know what boy we did. Uncover the facts, expose the kid. Action Alice, Douglas Sue. 30 hands in the dirty crew. You shout out, girls, say it loud, say it clear. Justice for the names that they don't want to hear. Bob got secrets, but we got the light. Friday night live, Bob from the truth to the mic.
Black jacket.
Millions lost, where the money go? Charter school scam and we already know. Taxpayers bled, no lessons taught. 10 mil gone, but the check ain't bought. Jailhouse races kept on staff. County sued, we did the math. Over budget, begging for more. Blame the board while he breaks the law. Names on our lips, hands in the sky. Say their names, let the truth fly. Names on our lips, hands in the sky. Say their names, let the truth fly. We shout out, girls, say it loud, say it clear. Just for the names that they don't want to hear. All got secrets, but we got the right. Friday night live, Bob from the truth to the mic. Truth to the mic.
Black jacket, gray pants.
We did our homework.
Binoculars
We
around
ain't
the neck.
fooled by the grandpa act. We see the past, we see the lies, and we won't stop till the truth survives.
We are backpack seaters. For a couple cars. Most of them are all rolling out here now, huh?
On to their next
Yeah, I think in a
stop.
strange way these kids watch and appreciate us
2196, how's your guys'
keeping
status?
them safer.
I think so.
Don't you think that's what it is?
No doubt.
Well, seriously though, because they used to bring guns and shoot them out the windows when they're doing donuts.
Well, there's definitely a group of the kids who come to these things who really are just here to see the cars.
Felt like fleeing from here.
2010-1.
76, me and 36. Terminated, just crossed the center median into the Mermaid parking lot.
Mounds you?
E-bike, white male, blue jacket. Once you clear the air for now.
Canceling the 10-1-2.
Gone, Sean? Yeah, I have no idea where it went.
Did Tony send that to you so I can see it?
Didn't know. Oh yeah, it took a long way around, but I got back over there.
It's like what's the plate? There's an N in there, right?
Those type in the back, not the.
Hi guys.
Hey, how are you guys?
How are you? How's it going?
Stand up here if you want.
Everyone on this cam is
Where that other one was, kinda.
How are you? So far, so good.
Where are you from?
I'm from up in Cottsgrove area.
Awesome.
Push that mirror towards me. There you go. Give you a little bit of room.
I recognized the car right away and I went, oh yeah, that's Bob Fletcher. We were, I don't know if you remember, we were down at Raspberry when you came down that one time.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a well-behaved group there. Well-behaved. What town are you from?
Cottage Grove.
Cottage Grove.
A
Well,
little bit of a distance to get up here, but
yeah. Well, was it worth it?
Oh yeah, it was
so
worth
far,
it.
yeah.
It was pretty cool. I mean,
Went
besides
from,
everybody driving and doing burnouts.
Yeah, everyone driving and burnout. It's like, bro, we're here to take pictures and videos.
Do you guys post them on Snap or where do you put them?
Usually I just post like my car pictures and stuff on like Instagram or whatever.
Instagram?
I stay away from the Snapchat thing.
Yeah, I don't really use it. I just use Facebook and YouTube, but
Yeah,
I'm thinking of
I post
moving
on
into the
Facebook.
Snap world.
Yeah.
Case number is 059.
So yeah.
You guys got any stickers tonight?
Yeah, we didn't bring any stickers tonight.
Oh,
Sorry.
Jack, you want a sticker?
Sorry, we didn't bring any stickers.
I love collecting. I got like 12 of them now. Thank you.
Alright, we're gonna go start trying to get everybody out of here.
Awesome.
You guys have a great one. Stay
Thank
safe.
Should I tell her where the camera is?
No. No, they think you're the camera. There we go. Oh, this is the
my
guy.
car, it's
We know this guy. We talked to him before. He's even been at the state fair. How's it going?
live streaming.
We are.
Yes, we are.
We are. Live on patrol.
What are they saying?
We don't read the comments. We got too much going on to read the comments. But there's probably about 7,000. There's
I know.
1,200 on Facebook and then it's on YouTube. Subscribe. Hey, tell that guy. Hey, didn't you film us before?
Did you film them before?
Didn't you film us once before?
No, this is our first
This is
time.
your first time?
We gotta go in front of them. Like, get them.
Yeah.
Yo. No way.
So check out how many are watching on YouTube.
Huh? You got
6.6, yeah. And there's another. Facebook's another 1,200.
Damn.
Yeah.
Is this like your own channel?
It is.
Oh, that's what gave you the idea to start it?
You know, it's funny. I'm glad you asked that question. But you remember after George Floyd's murder, everybody was anti-police.
Yeah.
And so in July, that was May. In July, Pat and I decided, well, we should let them see police from the human side.
Yeah.
And
Minneapolis too.
Well, we're mostly over in St. Paul, Ramsey County, but the whole point is that we're humans.
Yeah.
We got kids, we got families, and we're not out there trying to stop a guy to give him a ticket. We're out there to keep the community safe. That's what we're there for. And so we tried to let people know the human side of it. So that was July of 2020, almost 5 years ago.
2020? Yep.
Almost 5 years ago. So now, here's where we're at. We got.
That's actually good. That's wow. That's really impressive.
That was.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate you saying that because
Thank you.
that's our goal. We're not. We're just real people like you guys. You know. But we don't. You know, some of the people have been shot at these meets in the past. You know, when they start doing donuts, sometimes people stick guns out the window. You know, so. You know, we appreciate car meets.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate you guys.
Yeah,
of course.
What's the craziest thing that's happened on
Absolutely.
The craziest thing?
Yeah, what's the
Have a
craziest
good
thing?
one.
We've been at this for 40 plus years. Just everything and anything you can imagine. Everything and anything you can imagine has happened. So, seen a lot of death, a lot of crashes, a lot
It's
of.
all live streamed?
Well, on ours mostly crashes. Not too much death yet, but yeah, we only live stream really. We do Friday nights, and then we have a couple other deputies that do the days. You know, during the days. So
That's crazy. Are you guys gonna be here next week?
depends on what Austin Cherry says. Isn't that the organizer? Yeah, so it depends on what the charities, what the organizer says. But we just don't want people to get hurt.
Yeah.
You know, if there's a meet and nobody gets hurt, everybody wins.
Absolutely.
Because you know, usually there's no alcohol involved. It's just caffeine, right?
Yeah,
It's caffeine.
got quite the crowd.
You guys aren't putting any stickers on my car, are you?
That's actually the real cop,
How's that one?
Fancy like stuff. How long have you been streaming for?
Be 5 years in July. 5 years in July. Yeah. 5 years in July. How those lights look on the side? Are they solid?
Oh yeah, they're
Okay.
solid.
That's our cruise mode. Cruise mode.
Is that a new accessory?
Nah, it's not. It's not. You know, I'll give a little shout out to Adam at EATI. He does all our lighting. He used to have a horn that I can play that would say "Bad Boys, Bad Boys." I said we got to get rid of that because someone will say that's not very nice. So then he gave me a Ghostbuster horn. I might still have the Ghostbuster. You know that one. But now we got. You know what we got coming? Dual turbo.
I feel like I should be behind you guys.
Wait, you guys got this coming?
Hey, come
Well,
on. Don't get nailed.
Yeah, really.
Dual turbo Ford Explorer with chip advanced EcoBoost with the ST. 500 horse. 500 horse.
You're gonna get that one?
Huh? Not for us. 500 horse.
What about for me?
I don't know about that.
Is that one gonna get in your hands?
I've driven. It's too fast for me, and it's not comfortable. It's not as comfortable as this. This is only 360 horse. We got some 400s, some 460s, but that one's 500 horse.
500?
It's too fast. Too
You guys
fast.
got to get like a Hellcat or something.
Well, that's the only thing it can't. That's the only thing that it can't catch is the Hellcat. But we have helicopters for Hellcats. Helicopters for Hellcats.
Hellcats for yeah, sugar get food. Helicopters for Hellcats?
Helicopters for Hellcats. See you guys later. Have a good night. Thank you. God bless.
Have a good one.
Big fan.
Thank you. God bless.
Just for 1 second here.
Yeah.
7126, that's your traffic.
Back in college, Bob had big plans. Gonna be a doctor, fixing up hands. Gonna be a lawyer, arguing in court.
What we got here?
He's too tall for that.
Mike Martin's
One
working.
day, driving through BK, saw a sign that changed
Mike
his
Martin's
fate.
back.
St. Paul PD is hiring now, and he said, I'm
park
big,
here.
give me that badge somehow.
Sounds like one of you guys is smoking weed. Oh, that's
I think we had some visitors who were.
Oh, let's do it right here. Oh, okay. Yeah, I've been.
Say?
Science was hard, so I dropped out of school. Tried to read cases, studied the law, but left time in books that just felt wrong. Needed some action, needed a chase, so I put on a badge and I ran for a place in office. Investment is really over your streets, milking my cup and some realtor beats. Tired Tied to dreams and I'll pay you right. More already knows I don't say names right. Right. I was gonna be a doctor, but you know all those labs. Could have been a lawyer, but law school is long, and the astronaut thing too tall, darn shame, huh? So instead I've been a cop since the 70s, and still can't say street names right. Westminster, Leorian streets, milk in my cup and some realtor beats. Tied to dreams and my arcade ride. More already knows I don't say names right. Hey Dad, is that a Toyota or a Ford? Bob, it's a Toyota. Alright, so what street are we on? Westminster? It's Westminster, Bob. Close enough.
Long ago at Hamlin U, Bob had a dream so grand. Doctor, lawyer, astronaut, oh, he had it planned. But science class was
And
time was a bore. One day at the drive-thru, he saw something more. It was a sign at the Burger King saying cops wanted.
We are moving on to some other matters. Mighty Mike pulled up. Turns out Mighty Mike is working. That's good.
With so much left to learn, he brags about his football days.
Frequent PIC caller and medics are requesting PD to assist.
Trying to figure out where the poorly behaved end up.
326 Tango.
Stand by.
327. 188. 188. You shows on a 301 review in relation. Copy it. 301 review at 2206.
176.
176.
Clear J-Wing, I can take the Hammy with 176.
Alright. If you wouldn't mind if it's not, or you and Kelly, somebody throw it on the thread so Pat and I can look for it.
Copy it. 2206.
So it is a full moon tonight. Now technically the full moon is tomorrow at 7:22. But if you know anything about full moons, they're very tricky. It's like this is the full moon eve, but the full moon is on April 12th. So I ask you this, backseaters, at midnight tonight, would Lon Chaney turn into a werewolf at midnight tonight when the full moon is? Or would it have to wait till midnight tomorrow night after 7:22?
Good question.
It's a very, very difficult question. Full moon eve, it's at midnight. Lon Chaney turns into the werewolf. Some of you probably don't know who Lon Chaney was, but you got to look that up. You got to look that up. Who played the werewolf? He also played Frankenstein a couple times. So,
great actor.
In either case, you know, I think I would have done good in that time. You know why? Because I think I would be best on a black and white film. You know, but you don't have to look perfect. You know, not in standard definition versus high definition. So.
What are you talking to Neil to?
Whoa. traffic downtown Minneapolis. We're heading back. We're also looking for 2 cars that are wanted. Can't tell you exactly who they are, but we are on the lookout for them. Well, look.
8180. Supposed to be clear assist.
In the yellow.
More fun for us. Whoa. Target Field.
5182.
Was there a Twins game there, or was it? Well, it wasn't Twins. Something was going on.
For a male and for the measure to leave, Hispanic male, average male, people in short Jordan shoes.
97 LB, replace 90.
Copy. Copy at 2209.
I'll still continue being around to that point on this.
Copy.
Rolling down 7, we see that ride. It's Bob and Pat, got the cameras live. They want love, now we bring the truth. Calling out names just for the youth. They push the lies, we push it back. Ain't no grandpa, his past is black. 2008, he crushed the set, locked up the press. Silence the tech, he ain't good to know us. Point the dick, cover the books, exposed the end. Action, everything done. 30 hands in the dirty crew. Shout out girls, say it loud, say it clear. Justice for the names that they don't want to hear. Bob got secrets, but we got the light. Friday night live, rock with the truth to the mic. Millions lost, where the money go. Charter schools in that we already know. Taxpayers bled, new lessons taught. 10 mil gone, but the check ain't bought. Chill.
Where's that other radio? What did I turn the charger, didn't I? There wasn't much transmission on there, but I should probably turn that one on too. What do you think? Sure. Actually,
673 Metro.
673.
G5 in Linville, started so, no license, no insurance,
what is that? State?
Yes.
2012.
So we are down on First Avenue in Minneapolis, working our way back to the other side of the river. You got the eagle eye out for those 2 cars, Pat?
I certainly do.
Pat is an eagle eye.
2365.
Mike Martin is working tonight, so we are gonna switch over to him in about half hour. Nicole is off. Sort of disappointing Nicole favorites, but she is off tonight. Now I'm gonna get a strike for that music, Pat. I'll roll my window up, see if it'll block it out.
That's a good idea.
It looks like the baseball game is still on. I'm amazed how a computer can tell you to listen to the same music. It's crazy.
Very much so.
I assume Dave Garman's in the house down here, running the show for people's safety tonight.
He does do a great job.
It's a beautiful night for a baseball game, actually.
Perfect.
In the 50s. I'm gonna be careful I don't drink this mace. It's in my Mountain Dew holder.
There's one or two available. Can they come to 6294 Bradley and also look vacant to the witness saw the male exit this building after he was in there.
376 will head that
If
way.
you're wondering, Minneapolis did invite us over to. Well, I can't tell you what it's for. To be honest with you, but we're always here for our partners.
Not that right.
Assisted with 267.
You do a great job, but we all need a little bit of help sometimes.
Why is the Target Center so busy too?
Timberwolves game tonight.
There was? So we get Timberwolves and Twins? Dave Garman, you can call me and give me an update on all the activities down here. We like that, Dave. It's so busy downtown. You know, the thing about it is, the more people there is, the safer. That's the thing about safety.
Oh, yeah. Definitely truth to the old adage, safety in numbers.
Yep. Crossing Hennepin now.
Are you on 55 Berlindale? You can cancel that motion. You're going to stay out here.
You know, you and I should come over and have a steak at Vries some night, Pat. That would be kind of fun.
Good spot.
Yeah, but, you know, just doing a little excursion.
For sure. The Twins in Detroit were at Target Field.
Must have gone pretty long. Well, no, it's only 10:30. It feels later.
It does.
The driver was way down.
So, for some of you may have seen the post that I put on regarding my good friend Tom Campbell.
Northbound Forest from Jenks. White Dog Durango and newer black Jeep Grand Cherokee going into the opposite lane of the traffic.
Okay, then.
Paint and Verna, let me know which way.
Signaling westbound Maryland from Forest.
One of our
A couple of cars behind us.
squads has noticed a couple cars racing. It's not one of our deputies. It's one of our parking enforcement officers. Abdi, you've met. Nobody's better at spotting stuff than Abdi.
Just stopped at the red light right now.
He's radioing to our cat team. They're about to hit. Well, he's probably right there if it was for us. So. But back to Tom Campbell. You probably knew Tom a little bit from your working at St. Paul, but I met Tom when I was doing an undercover operation in burglary. You know, remember we had Greg Lind and Freikels, and just great team, and we had Larry Rogers. Larry Rogers, the infamous Larry Rogers, working undercover, buying stolen stuff from burglars.
Did he have an apartment over on Payne?
No, Wheelock, right. You know, you're very familiar with that one on Wheelock Ridge there.
Oh, okay.
We had an apartment in Wheelock Ridge where we were inviting people. He looked like a, he looked, long-haired, like a dope addict. But, I don't know. Can I get here this way? I gotta turn. Anyhow, Tom was assigned to, I was the commander of the burglary unit, and Tom was at the sheriff's office in narcotics. And they assigned him to work with us on this joint operation. And we were buying stolen stuff and with Larry Rogers as the undercover. And This is like 1987, 1988, folks. So
Yeah, we're gonna be coming up to paint here in a second.
So anyhow, that's how I got to know Tom. He's a great worker, and Tom had previously been one of the very first canines. There was 3 canines brought on to start at the Ramsey County Sheriff's Office, and he was one of them. But then in the 90s, when it appeared there was going to be an opening in the sheriff's office, when Zacharias was getting appointed to the U.S. Marshal, Tom came to me and talked me into running for sheriff.
Well, thank goodness for that.
Yeah, it's a life changer, because if he hadn't done that, to be honest with you, if he hadn't done that, I don't think I would have run. And the reason is, I was at St. Paul, I was a lieutenant there, but you don't know that many people at the sheriff's office, and it's hard really to get to know people when you're an outsider. So Tom then set up a meeting with Norm Thurmer, the first Norm Thurmer, actually the second one. The latest one is the third. But and Norm Thurmer and Bruce Jerome, 2 other deputies. And then he set a meeting up with Terry Johnson, M.T. Johnson's father. And suddenly I was.
Looks like they're gonna go northbound on.
I was able to convince him that I could be a decent candidate for sheriff. But if Tom hadn't urged me to do that and had confidence in me, I wouldn't have done that. I wouldn't have run. Think about that. When you think about it.
Yeah, now they're starting to speed up. They're doing like 50 up to They come up to clear in a minute.
What's he saying? What's he saying?
I can't understand him.
Black, whatever.
So, anyhow, I've been in debt to Tom for talking me into it, supporting me.
Well, I thank him too.
It's life changer for me, and hopefully we did some good things at the sheriff's office in the past. And then Tom worked gangs for a while. You know, remember him and Gilkison used to work that Vietnamese community?
Oh yeah.
They knew that Vietnamese community inside and out, and became a respected expert in that field. So, Tom, if you're listening, I don't know. Tom is on hospice now, and
yeah, they're pulling over here at the white.
It's never. But I did get a chance to visit with him, and his wife, of course, Lila, is just a wonderful human being, taking good care of him. Tom likely suffers from Agent Orange. You know, all the Agent Orange. Defoliate areas in Vietnam.
Killed my brother.
It's so. Anyhow, there's a post on Live on Patrol. If you wouldn't mind thanking him for his service to the community, and thank him for talking me into running.
There was a ship that told me it has within 9 meters.
377, did you guys get the RT2?
Honey, what was the first street with County Road B-Boy?
A lot going on tonight, folks.
Rice Street.
8 different radio channels.
Rice County Road B-Boy, slide to start.
Rice and B-Boy, something going on. We are going across the Washington State Bridge at the University of Minnesota. We're going to end up over there on University Avenue. Mississippi River beneath us.
Well, a backseater, Jeanette Wells, said that in July 1996, Tom Campbell was integral in arresting a suspect who had fatally stabbed jewelry store owners. He was on a lunch break. He radioed in that he was holding suspect at gunpoint.
This is very true. Thank you for pointing that out.
Thank you, Jeanette.
What was the first street with County Road B-Boy?
Thank you.
Actually, 8368 Romeo 68.
You unlock that door.
2224.
But that's just for show. Cause his own boys were broken by the seeds he sowed.
That's good there, Bill.
Oh, Sheriff Bob, what have you done?
Should I stay in this vicinity? You think they're going to require?
They're trying. Very hard.
Squads we're working with had a stolen, lost it, and trying to They're over at the University of Minnesota on the backside of the hospital where the river abuts it.
When he was just 14, Bob had a vision. He cleaned and clean, sent his son to a hell where love was a crime, preaching hate from the pulpit.
You wonder why Pat is so quiet, folks. He's listening to the radio that we don't want the bad guys to know we're listening.
Yes.
So he's preoccupied listening.
A volunteer caught with a child in his hand. Sheriff Bob turned away. Now but he wants it back.
We'll be on Cisco Drive, 29th Avenue with Minnesota Robert John Zebra, 438.
Oh, they call it shorter full of lies.
That's what it's 29.
Probably clear in a second.
A lot of stops going on. Troopers are stopping a number of cars right now.
2227. Copy. Do you still need a partner?
Bryce and Conner will be traffic stop.
Finally listen to me. I'm
3914.
going to leave her be so that she can come down.
I'll be en route to the PD with evidence.
Cool floor up there, looks like.
Division 16. State actually took that call earlier.
2227.
Search for now. Start clearing it.
You know, if you were going to eat one chip that was quiet,
Yeah.
those little things in the Gardettos would not be it.
Those little brown chips.
Oh, aren't they amazing?
They are. But they are not quiet.
Robert John Zebra, 438.
29.
On the way out, I got to drive by Sally's.
Go for it, 22. Check the sign. She's taking
Hi to all my friends at Sally's.
51.
Alright, I'm going to be at 61. Let me know when you check.
196, checking your guys' status.
We'll be in
Sally's, is that the malt shop?
No, there's a little bar in there.
What was the malt shop that was down here?
This is Medic at Fairview.
My daughter Cassara worked
There's a
there.
male possibly user. He does not know exactly where he is. He's
That
showing
might be too far to the east here to get Sally's.
Reporting that he is also distracted.
Stub and Herbs.
2227. Copy, thank you. 22.
Sally's is behind me, one or two blocks. This is the University of Minnesota campus, folks.
She's taking South 61.
Not officially Dinkytown. Dinkytown is a couple blocks north of West.
Your guys' status on the
But where Washington Avenue runs into University.
I'll take White Bear and see if I can head her off. She's going towards White Bear anyways.
The Huron ramp is closed.
Ah.
Good to
Same
know.
as it's a really beat up Chevy Impala, older bubble body style with front taillights. Front tire's screaming and it's almost full. It's got a spare tire on the left.
hard to tell, but I think she turned westbound down Burns, stopping in front of an address.
2160, put me on the 911 on St. Thursday.
Copy. Okay, still driving westbound Burns.
8190, supposed to be clear for us.
311, 316, 328, copy guys, around 72 3rd Street for the burglary report. 3 intoxicated male subjects were outside of the Colliers address arguing with the landlord, and then they broke into the basement.
Annie's Parlor, that was it. Okay. Thank you, Gordy.
Was that a malt shop?
Yep.
Good to know. The first time you ran in there, I bet you didn't think it was a malt shop, right? You probably thought it was Annie's Parlor. You're kind of a parlor kind of guy.
Indeed.
2160,
I enjoyed talking to those kids tonight. It was nice of them to come up.
Yeah, they were very, very good kids.
Nice of them to give us a chance. Call Mike Martin.
Calling Mike Martin.
When he answers, do you mind muting that real quick?
Sure.
We're just waiting on a phone ping to come in for who we think the suspect is.
Hey, Mike.
Over Ramsey, where the sheriff wears a grin, with a badge on his chest, but no law. They say he cares for children, but that's just for show, 'cause his own boys were broken by the seeds he sowed. Oh, Sheriff Bob, what have you done? Preaching safe and strong, but hurting everyone. The children pay the price of your dirty lies, while you smile for the cameras and turn a blind eye. Cal was his firstborn, he was wild as a storm, too young to handle, too lost to reform. Drunk behind the wheel, he paid the cost, a friend's life taking, another son lost.
So, in 5 minutes, we're going to send you to Mighty Mike. But we had to brief him on a few things. What? That's great.
Oh, shit. I'm sorry.
Jesus Christ. You thought I was going to run into a train? You thought I was going to pour a Kyle Williams?
Train.
That was, if you didn't know for certain, that did look dangerous.
Yeah, I didn't.
That could be a ride at the fair. You know,
really.
where you're driving on the street. You're about to hit a
669 21, are you code 4?
Yeah, we're code 4. We're gonna let her leave it parked there.
2232.
He claims to serve youth, his youth plus pride, the dark secrets and scandals he can't hide. A volunteer caught with a child in his hand. Sheriff Bob turned away, didn't take a stand. Now hometown's close, but he wants it back. Another cage for kids to stay off his track. And that charter school,
John Maslowski's watching this right now.
Is he local or is he in Florida?
Not sure.
Is he down at the sister city of Brazelton? No, Bradenton. One of those carnival people, they're always looking for a reason to go down Florida.
He had the privilege of working with Tom while working on the Asian Crime Task Force, which became MGSF. It's part of a group of deputies that brought the 10-point criteria to identify gang members.
Great, and thank you for throwing that in there. Yeah, we did have an Asian Gang Investigators Association that focused on the emerging serious Asian gang crime, and Tom was a part of that, so was John Maslowski. Gary Hovind too, another one. But no, thank you for commenting on that. Anybody else? I know Greg Greg Inkfer put a nice post on there. Sent a picture of Tom. I had to be 1970. Tom and his canine with Jack Miller and one other guy. As you go through life, you look back at different things at different times and how things could change. Sometimes it's for the better.
Bridge, Minneapolis. Info to downtown speed officers on another pending noise, 255 6th Street East. For loud noise coming from a band, ongoing issue of 9 years.
All right, well, we will be back. You know what happened last week when as soon as I let Pat go off on his own, he found a car that was driving reckless, got behind it, pursued it, turned it over to Sean. His camera recorded the entire incident. Billy Thurmer got to stick it.
Everybody was in the right place at the right time.
Pat avoided getting his tires stuck. That was amazing. I saw that stick go right between your...
I was threading the needle, let me tell you.
I don't know how Sean avoided them. Go back and figure that one out. Well, we're going to turn it over to Mike Martin now. So as soon as I figure out... You want to pick which one it is, Mike?
Yep. Ready?
A neighbor on your call, they said that they can see you outside, that the neighbors who live in the address you're checking have hearing aids.
Yes, we just got a 911 call and they found that the great door something go 1 hour ago. They told us passing on the shoulder, completely dark.
And it's going to be a Clio in her 70s.
Hello, backseaters. You are in the backseat of my brand new Chevy Silverado pickup truck. No longer do I have the Tahoe. It's been given to someone else, and you will likely see it again in the cat team. But I am on the east side of St. Paul right now. I was over in Minneapolis with Bob and Pat and Darren, watching the street racers at the farmers market, and now I'm back over on the east side of St. Paul. They dispersed. I don't know where they went, but
45 miles south of the breaking into the construction site. They found the flashlight.
We are on Maryland at Payne, and there's a couple cars we're looking for over here on the east side as well. So first I want to say thank you to everyone who wished me a happy birthday yesterday. I could not possibly respond to all of the birthday wishes, but it really meant a lot. My wife Ann and I went to Florida for a few days to Fort Myers Beach, and had just an awesome time relaxing down there, and going on a sunset cruise and saw some dolphins, which was really neat. So got to meet some nice people too down there from other areas of the country, but we really had a blast. It was super relaxing. So like I said, I'm back on the east side. I'm on Maryland going westbound here, coming up to Forest, and we're very lucky that we didn't have any major issues there where you had hundreds of street racers. I don't know where they went to, but they left the farmers market, so generally they go somewhere else and meet up, and usually do a few groups. So, sorry if you hear me yawning. I shouldn't be. I slept
06 code 4, you can cancel my squad route.
well
Copy, go for everybody now. Sinking cancel.
last night, and then I took a nap. So I guess I am. Got back here. The weather's actually pretty decent. So.
Advised to the east.
Squad 264. Hang up in the area 1509 is entered straight from a 911 only along within 21 meters.
68 people, 628 people on the side of the parking lot making a lot of noise.
Bob was talking about Bob and Pat about Tom Campbell. I had the honor of working with Tom Campbell both when I was at the Minneapolis Police Department and working Asian gangs in the gang unit there, as well as when I was at the gang strike force for a while. And just a great guy, Tom. Super helpful to everyone. Always had something nice to say, and it was a pleasure having the opportunity to work with him. And he's in my prayers, and he and his family. And, he had such a significant impact on so many people's lives, both as a cop and as a friend. So thanks for sharing him with us. We're eastbound on White Bear at Hazelwood now.
4446.
Yeah, on AOA Mistake, eastbound 36, east of English.
Copy 36, English 2242.
It's hard to tell. I have a new
Put me back on so I can call coming.
setup for my radio here and speaker, as well as the just the whole setup of the cab. So I'm gonna have to experiment a little to make sure I have the volume up enough so that you can hear the radio. If you haven't shared this broadcast, share it on Facebook or subscribe on YouTube. You can share it on YouTube as well.
Metro 366, check your status. Go for a spin on the toll. Number 2243.
Leone or Kyle, could you run that plate in blocks or Martina?
We're gonna go south here on White Bear. There's a new Southeast Asian gathering place. I don't know if it's all Hmong or if it's primarily Hmong, but we're gonna swing by and there and see what's going on as we're working here. And
but he has a place. I'm just Pulmonor X-ray. No, it's the November Sierra Flight 968.
So So if you're new to this, to Live Out Patrol here, we are in the city of St. Paul, the Ramsey County Sheriff's Office. Bob Fletcher is the sheriff, and his partner, Pat, Scott, was his partner in the city of St. Paul, and he's
right
now
on Pennnington, right on road by 280 Burrill.
Works with them over here.
Right,
And that's who was on earlier, and now you're with Under Sheriff Mike Martin, and Minneapolis cop for 25
But you
years.
see me, it's going to be directly ahead of
Retired, and that came over here when the sheriff asked me to, and it's been a great opportunity.
Minnesota, Romeo, Victor, 386.
Tell me what Burrill does this
Heard someone call out at White Bear and Old Hudson, and we're almost there. So we'll see if they need assistance. It's St. Paul squad's out on a traffic stop.
Human ring the door saying she got really right with someone calling off and I believe after her shift. Sometimes we have black people and 30 and black guys can be short community.
Something about funds, but we didn't quite hear. Then she bends down, chat goes wild. Thigh holsters flex, it sparks time to shine. Ashley's got a canine, Ray-Bay's the name, but stares off the struggle that a dog ain't trained. Ashley whispers soft, like a 12-year-old. Go find the cases, yeah right, we're told. Breaking bread, raising his sparks control never ends. Canadian accent, alleyway tense. Sure, that's a juvenile offense.
For, but we'll wait for a minute, make sure.
New message, new message, new message, new message, new message.
Medical 1682 4th Street, Unit 301, 8-year-old female conscious breathing, stomach pain for the last 2 days. Medic 2 guys, 2247.
111, 115. 111. 116.
So they roll through the drive-through. Police is hiring today. Just like that, he threw Mexico away. Oh, Westminster's calling, but he can't say the name. Morality confused him all the same. Toyota or Arcadia's rolling on by, and if shot won't take the lunch, don't ask him why.
Female standing kind of right across from the
Hamlin University, oh what a start. Wrestling and
What do you got
football,
there?
he was going so far. Lifeguard
Oh,
and the
Central Kyle
hero
about that.
of the deep.
One of our
Now he's
people
out on
there.
patrol, mispronouncing the streets. Leorian Avenue, where could that be? Dispatch is laughing, Bob, it's Lori, please.
Correct.
Oh, Westminster's calling, but he can't say the name. Rarity confuses him all the same. Toyota or Arcadia's rolling on by, and if shop won't take for lunch, don't ask him why. just let it be. Oh, Westminster's calling, but he can't say the name. Already confused him all the same. Toyota or Arcadia rolling on by, and it's shot full trade for lunch, don't ask him why. Too tall for space, too slow for the walk, too stuck in his ways to hear what he's talking. St. Paul's been listening all these years, still can't say no. It's milk, my dears. Some of them lead as soon as they go, some take directions, Bob just says no.
It's clean at 3440 Willow. Neighbors are over edges.
West 7's passing, business like flashing, on the line, panic smashing.
All right. Sorry, you probably didn't get to see much of that, but the gentleman, and I use that term very loosely, driving that car is, my guess is maybe living out of the car, but he said he's not, but the car belongs to his ex-girlfriend who has a restraining order against him. And he said that he was just coming from her house, which he's not allowed to be there. So that's why it took so long. Then he pulled the sovereign citizen card, the I'm not subject to your laws deal, which never works.
We have 190 Larpenteur Avenue West, pulling in 5 shots heard from direction of the house behind the address, possibly Wheelock and Woodbridge. 267, come here back, 2251.
So, anyway, the officers were very patient with him, talking to him about, making sure he doesn't violate the restraining order, and a couple things he needed to do to straighten out his driver's license. So it was definitely not a deal where they could have stretched it to charging him, but it wouldn't have helped the situation. So we're gonna head back north because there was a report of shots fired.
8841, my apologies. I got Long Lake 694 in the state. What was the last verse?
We're in a little sort of competition.
Copy, so I just start for 8841, the vehicle still stuck.
We're far away from that at Long Lake and 694, where our car wasn't stopping for the New Brighton officers, but it now stopped. But as I was saying, there were shots fired up off of Wheelock Parkway, just across the highway. So, and now an assault call just came in on Prosperity. Let's see if that's an old call that was just impending for the officers to do some reports. So we're gonna head back up that way. But anyway, sovereign citizens are people who believe that the government has no authority, and they should sort of follow
thank you.
cops. So and they get convinced by
back over here.
other folks that they could get away with that, and it doesn't ever work.
183.
So
what's the mail? Fairview and Larpenteur.
but this gentleman, I think, really wasn't even well versed in the arguments that they usually make. He had a card that said he was a sovereign citizen and wasn't subject to our laws. And once the officers explained to him that he was, he seemed to understand. So, but they can, those folks can become very violent and their actions when that they don't have to follow the law or listen to the police. Interestingly, the exception they usually give is for law enforcement is sheriffs.
Fairview and Larpenteur.
I'm gonna back up a squad on another traffic stop here. We're at Ames and White Bear, northbound.
6920, copy out, Roseville, Fairview Park.
Copy that. Squad 221.
221 and 215.
They're right around the corner, so I apologize you can't see them here. But they look like they're pretty much code 4. So I am gonna move on. As soon as the traffic's clear here. We're back northbound on White Bear Avenue here. Just passing Hazel Park School.
To the back of the building.
And coming up to Maryland Avenue.
Copy, I just made entry on the southwest.
Copy, I'm all back.
6920.
Line of it, third for this, or construction policy, have this.
Alina's standing by.
Copy. You're book 4, thanks.
Copy that, 2250.
4446.
446.
Copy out my subject.
Looks like the shots fired on Wheelock and
Copy out with the subject 20.
Larpenteur nothing's being found there. They're checking the area probably for shell casings, just to see if there were shots fired, but looks like there was multiple callers, which generally means it's a good call. If you haven't been following the Ramsey County Sheriff's Office Facebook page, it's separate from Live on Patrol, and it gives you a little more in-depth picture into our agency and the work that we do, and some of the people that you won't see on Live on Patrol, but also more in-depth stories about arrests and charging. Definitely tell that it's summer. Or not summer, but it's spring. It's getting nicer out, and things are picking up. There's more people out and about at night, and more events going on.
6920. Where the patient is now is no longer Alina's response area. They are starting at St. Paul now.
20 up.
23.
179. Stay clear. We just got a request.
Copy, LPWC.
Copy at 2301.
I'll go for it. I get my constable.
Where the patient is now is no longer Alina's response area. They
So
are
I
having
have
us for your Muhammad in the
Copy at 2301.
There is 1. 100.
Monitoring all of the same as well as Ramsey and side channels. There's current again, so the rate one of the two, and the other one. There hasn't been much going on. That's the Street Racer channel, and the other one, Bob and Pat, are monitoring. So they'll let me know if there's something I need to know there.
Bravo 161 for your have a nice day. 2302. Phone number is 651 for zero. We'll be out with your nurse manager. 4100.
So here's the Bob and Franklin's crew. I share his legacy, I did do. But Tucker's tale on the fire that burned is a story that the backseaters never learned.
So I got a message asking me to give a shout out to Jake Wilson, who's the first. It's his first season as the head coach of the Maple Grove boys lacrosse team, and they have their home opener tomorrow. Good luck. Hopefully it goes well. I have a special gratitude for people who take the time to be mentors to young men and women and teach them the importance of teamwork and playing their role, and also hopefully being good young men and women. So Thank you, and hopefully your game goes well.
Like a lamb to the fold, but dogger's history was never told. Backseat is right along, right to the truth. Push up the box, stay kindness, ignoring the proof.
We are westbound on Maryland here.
They don't see the darkness and tries to hide. Backseat is their cold, like loyal fools. Buying into palm slides, ignoring the rules. Court services first, but dogger wore the crown. Off duty, long time, running his own town. Training could wait, but power came quick. He acted like a cop.
So they did find casing just east of Wheelock on Maryland, which is kind of an it's up there in the Central District. We're gonna head across over in the Central right now. See how things are over here. When we cross over the 35E bridge here, we will be in the Central District. St. Paul has 3 districts, the West, Central, and East. And we're in the Central District here. We're right by the Foundry on Maryland and Jackson. Foundry's not too busy tonight. So they found the casings on Wheelock between Woodbridge and Maryland, so it'd be just west of Vries.
A legacy of power built on disgrace. More back deputies, more to the side, but the backseaters cheer while truth tries to hide.
Heavy casings found between Woodbridge and
Apartment number 1. For the disorderly caller stating that the male in the apartment is being physical around their friend. Unknown if she needs medical attention and became upset with TC's questions. Disconnected at 23 lane.
We're southbound on Rice Street now. From Magnolia Case, or Cook, I mean.
311 traffic.
311.
Mary Maryland with Minnesota Lima Victor X-ray 244.
323 Maryland for having us 658 Sims in apartment number 1. For the disorderly caller stating that the male in the apartment is being physical around their friend. Unknown if she needs medical attention and became upset with TC's questions. Disconnected at 23 lane.
Earlier, Bob and Pat were talking about Annie's Parlor. Great place to eat if you get a chance. It was closed down for a while after COVID, but now I've been told it's open again. Tremendous burgers and fries and malts.
311 traffic. Squad 3 we'll be out with you 11. Mary Maryland with Minnesota Lima Victor X-ray 244. I'll be out with 311 also.
Last squad, can you go again, please?
8187 traffic.
Copy, 8197, go ahead.
Burrill Road, Innsbruck Drive with Minnesota Freight, Victor John, 971.
So I'm running the license plate on
Copy,
this
so
car
we're looking at Innsbruck at 23.
in front of us.
9175.
311 also.
Okay.
Smack 9173, disturbance at 5045 Division with Garlic High School on the Bald Eagle side of the school. 2 males playing music on a speaker while playing roller hockey.
It's time for the show. Big at night. Gotta catch that plane. Let's go through alleys and motels. Creeping real slow.
Can you go again, please?
LPO beeping. You message.
Custom I'll keep it clear.
Another man too. Scanning in lots for a hot pursuit. Codes got the
She was carrying something into the bar.
Air 934, this squad reports.
Mess with her. Well, I could write her a tag. Plenty of room for people to safely pass. So I was just taking a second because initially I got a warrant hit on the registered owner of that plate, but it does not appear to be the one who was driving it. So, and it's from another state. So, we're southbound now on Rice, approaching Pennsylvania here. We'll see how things are at the holiday.
597 flight.
Traffic 597, where at 23.
176 traffic.
176.
Selling and Shields with Foxtrot, Juliet Lima, 294.
Copy, Snelling and Shields at 23.
It's one of our busier convenience stores at night. It's one of the few that's open and kind of full service.
I'll be out with a female at Pennnington, possibly related.
Seems good right now.
Copy, 597 Blair at 2312.
4467.
67.
You can clear as well, thank you.
Thanks.
2313.
Selling and Shields with Foxtrot.
4446.
Copy, Snelling and Shields at 2312.
Copy, starting on 2313.
I'm going to turn here and go westbound on University Avenue.
4446. Can I confirm your location first?
Still watching all the pending calls and assigned calls.
Copy, 2136, 2013. You can clear as well, thank you. 2313. 4446.
Looked like we glitched out there for a minute, but now hopefully we're back.
4438, 2481.
Code 4. Copy, code 4, 2313. 4438.
Suspicious at 2001 Bradley and Edgerton Park. Caller said there was a female driving a blue Mazda hatchback with a license. Bravo Golf Echo 480. They were swerving lanes and speeding, and they did just park at in the parking lot. I believe that the caller or the driver may be DK.
Okay, one copy, Mike there and Big White.
2315.
Dispatcher was letting the squads know about the erratic behavior of that driver, and she said they believe the driver might be DK. That means drunk. It's shorthand for drunk. And
4438, 4481.
police speak. North on Dale now, and I'm gonna turn go on Thomas. Gonna check it out. The Frogtown area. For those of you familiar with St. Paul, we are right by St. Agnes High School and church.
Slade Bear and Margaret with Kansas plate Romeo 002165.
Tommy Weber and Margaret with Kansas plate at 2020.
One copy of the noise complaint for a loud party. Smell of marijuana.
I got that. A lot. All in Slade Bear and Margaret with Kansas plate Romeo 002165.
Tommy Weber and Margaret with Kansas plate at 2020.
Which homeless county district?
Go off
one copy of the noise complaint at 1575 St. Paul Avenue, apartment 19.
I got
for a loud party. Smell of marijuana at 2317.
In the road, it's gonna be the archery range off of Fish Hatchery corner.
So it sounds like they found an unoccupied stolen down off of Warner Road.
Yeah, there's another pickup pulling in. Might be a tough one, but I think our best bet's gonna be walking in there. But anybody got a good one, Mark? I do. I had my Durango. I don't know if that's the best one. Well, I didn't want to let take out. He's on Mark in there and do it. I got nothing to set sheriff on me. I'll be there in a minute. Are you like at the entrance or where are you at? I whipped a U-turn. I'm going to whip another U-turn here and head back down there. Trying to find a spot to meet up and maybe we'll just grab a couple people and park down there. Maybe sit there for a little bit, keep an eye on it, and then if we can determine it's unoccupied, we'll just GPS quick and get out of here.
So they found
yeah, please stay well out of sight. We're going to be very low key on this one.
stolen vehicle unoccupied.
Yeah, they don't know our vehicles or anything.
They have permission to place a GPS
Copy that. I'll just
device on that vehicle so that they can track it and hopefully catch the people who are in it. And so that's what they're talking about, arranging that.
SIP 737 Palm Street with a Boston Common Brothers having a mental health crisis, threatening to kill himself. Family is trying to grab a shotgun in the house, and the girlfriend's trying to calm down.
Team up, 2 in 1 car, and some fucking.
We're northbound on Rice Street. Here we go back past Bourne's Bar and make sure that car's not still sitting there.
Trying to find a spot to turn around. Control. Maybe I'll get off my silence and just wait over on the west side. Bill, you got nothing on you? You can just take your vest off and
First question,
look like a
so
homeless
it's
guy.
like the brothers in the background hysterically crying, and the family is still trying to keep them away from their firearm. There's no violence toward anyone but himself.
Bring the skull, sit there for a little bit, scope it out, and do it quick.
265.
I'm still trying to turn around. You got everything managed. Take it out there that can help you up area, probably east of that area.
Checking channel 2 for a Spanish speaking officer. Process 265.
We're there, got us, so I don't know how to be here. Sounds good.
So the cat keeps sneaking around doing their thing, finding stolen cars, and we are looking for a good traffic stop or some good pending call. So we're back eastbound now on Maryland.
Checking your status.
5183, they're on our car to car, they're going for it. Making contact with one at the door.
Copy, contact with one at the door.
There's just 114.
I'll be at 23.
How much activity there is going on the radio. There's one pending call, and it's an old call that the officer has pending so that he can write the report, he or she, after they're done doing something else. So it's kind of unusual.
017, go for medics.
I'll be at 2324.
Are you guys down to like the tracks or something? Yeah, get off my pile.
Clear class 327, 316.
Hands on lips, hands in the sky, say their names with the truth fly. Please shout out, girls, say it loud, say it clear. Just for the names that they don't want to hear.
You drove past, yeah.
We got the light.
We're back on the east side.
Back, but that's literally
Go down.
I'm up the median right there and circle back now.
Here a little bit south.
017, go for medics.
We see the past, we see the lies, and we won't stop till the truth
Anyone know nothing there?
We're going to be sitting at 61 in Burrill unless you want me somewhere else. Well, that's perfect, Pat. Just keep your eyes out for it. It's that great Toyota.
So Pat's back in the game.
Just in case it squirts out while we're getting this
Watching, we're a little further north in case it gets up here.
Grab the truck back in a little dark nook. Dark, oh, is that you right there? Yep. That's a good spot.
There's a lot of road construction going on up here. It's construction that wasn't going on when I left town, and apparently when I was out of town they got sneaky and started blocking off streets.
They're the shout out girls lighting up the night. Voices of the people shining so bright. From hope to YouTube, their message is clear. Standing for the truth with no trace of fear.
Hello, I saw you there on the corner. Thanks for waving. It's always nice when someone waves with all 5 fingers. I'm gonna check over here by the M&H. Make sure everything's going well there. Usually there's an off-duty officer working at this time of night.
125.
265, Trevor.
University, Echo, Liz Kilo, Echo Bravo, 48.
University is half.
Dreaming of cheesy meters stacked high, fudge covered Twinkies and a Mountain Dew side. Oh, Bob and Pat, they're slow on the chase. Driving around town at a leisurely pace. They flash their lights, but the bad guys flee. It's hard to catch crooks, no urgency. Down west and Pat, they're slow on the chase. Driving around town at a leisurely pace. They flash their lights, but the bad guys flee. It's hard to catch crooks with no urgency.
Pending, so down there.
Down west, 7th on place. They spot an SUV, it's a real disgrace. Two ladies walking, looking kinda stressed. Boss wins his eyes, says they're distressed. Flip on the reds, they're ready to fight. The SUV peels off into the night. Hold on, Pat, we're hot on the trail, but the gas pedal's slow and their eyesight fails. Oh, Bob and Pat, they're losing the race. Every high-speed pursuit ends up in disgrace.
Yeah, get off on
They're driving like grandpas, taking their time while the crooks hit 80 and 35. Circle back, Pat, let's retrace our tracks. The girls must know something or we're out of snacks. But the ladies just shrug, we don't know the guy. He gave us a ride, then told us goodbye. Pat scratches his head, box deep in thought. But the stolen SUV, it's already forgot. They head to M&H, their pride in tatters. Dreaming of Twinkies, cause that's what matters. All on the Pat scratches his head, box deep in thought. But the stolen SUV, it's already forgot. They head to M&H, their pride in tatters. Dreaming of Twinkies, cause that's what matters. All Bob and Pat, the streets know their game. The crooks get laid, but snacks get the blame. Flashing those lights like they're still in their prime, but the SUV's gone by snack break time. So if you're out there committing a crime, don't fret too much. Bob and Pat, take your time. They talk about veggies, but trust me, you'll see they're stomping for fudge cover snacks on the spree. Cheesy wieners and SUVs. Bob and Pat patrol with ease. Talking about snacks that are heavy. Bob says Pat was not carrot sticks.
South here on here right by the St. Paul East station.
They're slow on the chase. Driving around town at a leisurely pace. They flash their lights, but the bad guys flee. It's hard to catch crooks with no urgency. Down west and Pat, they're slow on the chase. Driving around town at a leisurely pace. They flash their lights, but the bad guys flee. It's hard to catch crooks with no urgency. Down west, 7th on the governed place. They spot an SUV, it's a real disgrace. Two ladies walking, looking kinda stressed. Bob squints his eyes, says they're in distress. They flip on the reds, they're ready to fight. The SUV peels off into the night. Hold on, Pat, we're hot on his trail, but the gas pedal's slow and their eyesight fails. Oh, Bob and Pat, they're losing the race. Every high-speed pursuit ends up in disgrace. They're driving like grandpas, taking their time while the crooks hit 80. They're at 35. Circle back, Pat, let's retrace our tracks. The girls must know something or we're out of snacks. But the ladies just shrug, we don't know the guy. He gave us a ride, then told us goodbye. Pat scratches his head, box deep in thought. But the stolen SUV, it's already forgot. They head to M&H, their pride in tatters. Dreaming of Twinkies, cause that's what matters. Oh, Bob and Pat, the streets know their game. The crooks get away, but snacks get the blame. Flashing those lights like they're still in their prime. But the SUV's gone by snack break time. So if you're out there, commit in a crowd. Don't fret too much, Bob and Pat, take your time. They'll talk about veggies, but trust me, you'll see they're stomping. Full-fledged cover snacks on the spree. Cheesy wieners and SUVs. Bob and Pat patrol with ease.
We are westbound on East 7th, and we're gonna head up Lafayette Road here. We're right by
Single
the
caller so far from that address. Heard one shot. Saw white vehicle took off. 2 black males were involved.
LEC. Let me see here where that shot's fired. Further away. We'll wait and see. More comes out, so there were callers heard shots fired.
89 Agate Street.
And
From that address.
white vehicle took off.
2332. Single caller so far from that address. Heard one shot. Saw white vehicle took off. 2 black males were involved.
Good afternoon, 163, we're in position 266 Mayfair in Madness Heights. Caller's roommate had somebody over earlier. They got into an altercation. The vehicle went missing. They believe that she still has the key fob. They just sent the vehicle out. The female is named Tiffany White, 40 years old, about 5'9", thin, wearing one in the street. From that address, screaming for help. 2337.
The male fled the scene, but he left the white car out in front.
316, looks like we've got more information on this. No one left on scene at this time. Vehicle was a sedan. Male who shot the gun was not driving. Possibly a black female driver was last seen northbound Birmingham. Another second caller now calling from 272 Birmingham, stating there's a white sedan parked in the building and began shooting at someone inside the building. Victim was a white male.
Zero 6 copies. Take a left on Fishhead Street will be your first one. You'll also see me. I'll pull out to Warner a little bit so you can see me. I'll be just facing south on Warner and a little dirt road on the north side. To accomplish shots fired. Split 306, I'll be on scene in a block.
There's a lot of squads going over to that, but I'm gonna head that way just in case.
2338.
Shots fired, call over and break. Too far from him. Someone had to get. I don't know. Several calls.
316, it seems like the first caller thinks the male that was shot went into the building at 273 Birmingham. It might have been the building next to it.
Sorry about that, Sean. 36 copies on scene.
All the region in case anybody shows up there. Copy.
Just a second.
Passengers in the passenger seat of that vehicle, black male, or dark clothing, about 5'9".
They should be in the passenger seat of the vehicle, black male, black clothing, 5'9".
Alright, we're gonna head over to Regent's Hospital because it sounds like the shooting victim from that last shooting is in a car that's headed this way.
Just for info, he's had a possible shooting.
So we
He's gonna walk up.
He has Spanish language line. From what address?
2340.
2 shots heard 5 minutes ago. Victim ran behind the building. Unknown if they were injured and south of the vehicle.
6 shooters going in the passenger seat of that vehicle, black male, wearing dark clothing, about 5'9".
They should be in the passenger seat of the vehicle, black male, black clothing, 5'9".
3 shots were fired towards 273 Birmingham.
Copy.
215.
We'll be
215.
Second.
If you're taking off that egg, call. Take the XL.
Abby, do you want to squad it back?
What's your number?
2340. Spanish language line. Unknown from what address. 2 shots heard 5 minutes ago. Victim ran behind the building. Unknown if they were injured and south of the vehicle going
So it's not
northbound.
uncommon for if a shooting occurs for the victim to get in a car and
310 Tango witness your name.
get
2
driven
shots
to
were
the
fired towards
hospital. So
273 Birmingham.
Copy.
we are gonna head to the hospital.
215, I'm in the area.
And see if they show up here.
I'll ask the TC.
Unoccupied. Just roll some things real quick and try to get out of here.
Which one?
16 was a check by the building, no signs.
Traffic.
We're at Millingren too.
Marshall, Minnesota. 9, Tango minus 6.
Ran the building and unable to locate the vehicle. Possibly
Copy, Marshall, Minnesota. Yeah, 2342.
Alright, it sounds like they may
Disconnected. Didn't give a description.
switch over
He
to
kept yelling at an officer saying he was on the phone, but he think he had somebody in the squad.
Third and 6 squads are checking by the building, no signs. We're not sure where the victim ran to. Possibly either 273 Birmingham or 277 Birmingham.
Okay, check by the building and unable to locate the vehicle. Possibly ran to
emergency
277 or
entrance
73 Birmingham.
Regent's Hospital, waiting to see if a car shows up with
A caller called from a 911 only phone, disconnected, didn't give a description. He kept yelling at an officer saying he was on the phone, but he think he had somebody in the squad.
Copy there. Appears to be quite a few under the influence people at the bus stop here, Citizen. Right by the XL, K3.
Copy.
Copy. Clear the lot. 14 Street.
At 2343.
So we're just waiting here to see.
Copy, 213, what's your location?
I'll be with squad 215.
If a vehicle shows up.
That's from an NEOT 376.
Negative.
215. We're probably good on squads right now. We don't have any confirmation that any of this is actually happening.
53 and 53.
Any other? Copy is downtown squad to start to assist medics for a man down 406 Lakota Street on the 4th floor.
539.
537.
2344. Squad's for midnight EOT 277. Squad's for midnight EOT 376.
So far, it's not looking like our shooting victim showing up here at the hospital, but there is more than one door. But this is the one they generally come into. Because if they've been here before, this is where they would usually go in if it wasn't a really bad situation.
Catch a 534,
534, you can stay clear.
I'm going to back up here for a minute and check the back ambulance entrance area, but I doubt they would pull in there.
26
He's actually pulling away.
Round C of the domestic correction, sir. Disturbance on player.
Welcome back, backseaters. Mike is down there at the hospital, of course, seeing if the victim shows up.
Copy, 114.
We are out in the Midway, Rev and I.
Hello, everyone.
The Rev is back. Rev, they miss you?
Yes, I miss them too.
At 2346.
What do you got to say, Rev?
Well, I hope we can get one of these.
It's you know what? It's the Rev reflection. You remember when? Okay, I'm going to date myself here. Youngdahl, Reverend Paul Youngdahl. Used to have. You probably don't remember this. He was one of the first preachers to have a sermon in the morning on TV, like 6 after the test. There used to be what's called a test screen there, and then he would show up. Live for Today, I think it was called. No, Reuben K. Youngdahl. His son was Paul, who I knew Paul Youngdahl, great guy. Reuben K. Youngdahl, and it was Mount Olivet Lutheran Church over on 50th in South Minneapolis. And every morning he would have Live for Today with Reuben K. Youngdahl. It was a devotion, okay? So this is going to be Live for Today with Reverend Daryl Spence. What do you got to say, Rev?
That's a heck of a setup.
Well,
took us way back to when the TV had the
test pattern.
Yeah. You know, it's just been a beautiful week since last week. Everything is just coming together, and we just continue to say thank you to the backseaters for the continued support. It's good. We can go on. We got social media and able to see that see what everybody's into, see all the different things. Dano, thank you for all you do out there. You're doing a great job. Even Pat Scott is you see him on all the sites. I said, Pat,
you got too much time on your hand. I got to check on what you're doing during the day.
Pat has too many. Pat's on every page. I said, boy, Pat works too much. So it's good. We've had some kids we've been talking to. Me, Star Wars. Downtown is a different place right now with the Skyway not being open. with the weather changing, we're starting to get more people outside. We had a incident. I don't know if anyone saw it, a couple knives. A guy was out.
Well,
with a
explain
couple
why
knives.
the Skyway's closed. The city condemned the Alliance Bank building.
Alliance Bank.
And so, in condemning it, they closed the Skyways that work through downtown, which is problematic for a lot of people, right?
A lot of people. We've got people, especially like in the press house, who are in wheelchairs that can no longer go to where they used to go, or elderly people who, you know.
Do you know why they can't keep the Skyways open even if the buildings aren't?
Well, there's it's dark.
Well, could the city arrange? I mean, the city's now in control since they condemned it. I don't really understand how they can't
get some lighting.
In there. I mean, I don't know. I just think you got to keep the Skyways open, right?
I would think so.
Info to squad channels 1 and 2 are temporarily tied.
And everyone has moved into the town square. The people who were in
2 and 5, copy the narcotics.
that building, they're all moved. But can't nobody get there.
Smoking out of a pipe on the 4th floor. Went now.
Yeah, you can't get from town square because the Skyway
is cut off right
cut
there.
Off.
Yeah.
Well, it's not good. But at least it's not winter.
Right. If it was winter, it'd be really bad.
They're gonna have to call it a walkway. Streetway. Sidewalkway. So we were over here at this new bar across the street earlier, the Delia Sports Bar, right? Like a nice place.
Look nice.
Very nice, very nice. These look very updated in there. TV screens, etc. There's your loon, your blue loon. Next week it's gonna be painted green. Week after red. Okay, at least one color per month, right?
At least. That would be so nice.
Spray paint the whole thing, one different color each month. And probably green should be the favorite, right? The green loon?
Well, probably blue.
Well, but I mean the Minnesota Seal's got a loon on it and it's got green. Green and blue, yeah, you're right. But all one color. None of this trying to do part of it one color. Just people would come out to get their pictures taken with a different loon every month.
Right.
Be done for tonight.
Right. So, I don't know.
Thanks for staying.
And you know, so that would be, you know, it could be the state mascot, no, city mascot of St. Paul, the Loonies.
But you see how those lights are?
Yeah.
We could be able to change those light bulbs
and make them
and not
color.
have right.
Yeah, but you can't. Okay, we should start with changing light bulbs. I agree with you there. But in the daytime, that wouldn't work.
Right.
You know, you gotta have some reason that people want to come and see the loon. Like something happened, something new and exciting every month. People that come from all other cities, Chicago, Minneapolis, long ways away like St. Cloud. They go, let's go see the loon.
Wilmer. I met some people from Wilmer that are backseaters. Met them this week. And I forgot your name, but
Yeah. Well, now we got to have a contest. You know, there's always been a contest as where the Paul Bunyan was from Brainerd, Bemidji, Detroit Lakes, Villager, Hinckley. There's a lot of debate over who has the original Paul Bunyan. We could do that with the loon too. We could start a contest, and we could have each city's up north in northern Minnesota where the loon is very prevalent in the lakes. They could each have their own 6-foot loon, right?
Right. There you go.
So you gotta have a marketing mind, you know. And people can stand next to them. Then you can stand next to the loon. I'm just saying.
It'll be something to go to other cities for, to see who can get the most pictures by a loon.
There you go. I like that.
Yeah.
Travel Minnesota. Give us your best. Give us your loon collection. I like the.
I like that.
I like when the loon's just sitting there stately too. You know, because when I've been out there, sometimes I just when I go fishing, I'm talking to the loons. What are you laughing at? Because here's what I do. How's that? That's our ducks. That's not a loon family. You gotta know how to talk to the loon family.
Good job.
Okay. Don't be making any short cutouts of that.
I bet it's already too late.
Oh. I love northern Minnesota. If you're from northern Minnesota, if you got family up there, we're going to talk about them right now. We're going to talk about northern Minnesota.
Negative.
Because here's my experience in northern Minnesota. When I was a young boy, my dad always had old cars, 10 years old. And we used to drive up to a lake north of Brainerd. In fact, can you pull the comments out, see if you can read these? Little lake north of Brainerd, now actually north of Mille Lacs, called Farm Island Lake. So my dad would, half the time the car might not make it up there. We might have to get breakdown. But Farm Island Lake, north of Brainerd, for those of you, actually it's north of Aiken, just north of Aiken, Minnesota. So for those of you that live up there, north of Aiken, you're familiar with Farm Island Lake. It was a resort up there. The cabin was about the size of my bedroom at home. And what was great, on the way up there, we stopped in Garrison. I think it's on 169 there. And a lot of cool shops there. Back then they called them trading posts. But a lot of turquoise, metal, etc. Can you read the comments?
No comments yet. We're on the right.
Farm Island Lake. There we go. So that was place number one. And then we would go there every year when I was really little. My dad had a 5-horse Johnson engine that he would bring up there and rent a regular 14-foot tin boat. We'd go out fishing. That was fun. I didn't have any resources back then. 1 week at Farm Island Lake with a stop at Garrison. And then as I got older, I went to church camp. Little Big Boy Lake, Little Big Boy, Reamer, Minnesota, which was a little further up there. And it was a great church camp up at Little Big Boy, Camp Lutherdell. And spent some great years up there in that area. And of course, Boy Scouts, we used to go over to Wisconsin, to Rice Lake, Tomahawk campsite.
South of Aiken on 169, Iron Ranger, Loud and Proud.
Iron Ranger, Loud and Proud.
The original and iconic Paul Bunyan and Babe the Blue Ox statues are located in Bemidji, Minnesota.
See, Bemidji claims ownership of Paul Bunyan. And I agree, deserve it, but Brainerd's got a good Paul Bunyan too. So it's a tough call for you northerners. But like I said, Rice Lake, Wisconsin, Tomahawk Scout Reservations.
Raymer is the home of Bigfoot.
Okay. And so those were fun times. As my dad got a little older then, he wanted to go to Cross Lake. Cross Lake over there on the Cross Lake chain, just north of Brainerd. And we used to stay at the campsite there, the Corps of Engineers Army campsite. And we were camping there the night that the astronauts landed on the moon.
What do they got going on in their costume?
So that was, I remember my phone. Bobby, you gotta get up. We're about to land on walk on the moon.
Yeah. What year was that?
69.
69.
July of 69.
And how old were you?
I was 14 years old. 16 event
So
history. We had
fine.
right there the tent and the neighbor little TV rabbit ear antenna. So my dad loved Cross Lake. He was really thought about buying a house up there so many times. He actually worked for the Corps of Engineers. It's one of the reasons we tried their campsite. And then, of course, as I got older, for myself, my wife and I, we wanted to, Chrissy and I like Gull Lake. And so we've been over at, we've been to Cragen's, Madden's, and Gull Lake. Oh yeah, Grandview Lodge on the north side. That's my wife's favorite, I gotta say. Even though I can't really afford Grandview Lodge every year. That's a little pricey, but beautiful place. Great flowers up there. And so we've gone to Grandview Lodge and you know, I probably mentioned I went ice fishing there one year. Ernie's little bar there where you can take the boat over and get some food at Ernie's. Beautiful sunny day. So those are just some of my lake experiences in Minnesota. There's been others along the Mississippi River occasionally. Oh, our reading program, our kid program, is going down to Rushford tomorrow, right?
Yes.
Rushford, our taking our kids trout fishing on the river down there at Rushford.
Yeah.
And that'll be great. Thank you, Daryl Gillette. Same river that overflew like 15 years ago. That wasn't that long, 10 years ago. We went down to help them with flooding they had in Rushford.
Oh, okay. I didn't even know it existed until I looked on the map today.
Yeah. Well, maps are important. It's hard to find them.
Yeah.
I'm a big map guy.
Me too. I want to know where I'm.
Turn that one up the other way. We're looking for trouble, but we're having a hard time finding it.
Yeah, I think so too. A lot of squads all over.
We've been over hanging by the border thinking that Minneapolis State Patrol detail was going to end up chasing some racers out.
Want to place the other thing in 30 minutes?
Turn that down. Here, hand it to me.
Oh yeah, your car, right?
Here, put this one over there. Thanks, buddy.
Yeah.
So anyhow, Minnesota's got some amazing lakes. 10,000 they claim, but there's actually more than that. And so many different opportunities. Square Lake over here in Minnesota, one of the clearest lakes around. I did a lot of scuba diving there when I was younger in Square Lake because of its beauty. Of course, White Bear Lake, locally White Bear. Phelan has no motors on Phelan, just 10-horse electric. It's a great lake. Jarvis, Phelan, Keller. White Bear Lake is beautiful. And of course, Minnetonka. And if you're in South Minneapolis, you love your lakes for that chain of lakes.
Yeah.
So, very, very blessed to have so many great opportunities to enjoy the lakes.
It's that time of year. People will be walking the lakes.
It is.
I like to walk Como.
Como is amazing.
Bravo 089
Yeah, my wife used to walk Como all the time with her mom and dad, family back then, sisters.
I really like to walk that one. Oh, boy.
A lot of reconstruction planned here for Rice Street. Representative Samakab Hussein has ensured that there's funding to help improve this corridor here, get the street redone. It's going to be a great improvement.
So they already started tearing up up here.
Yeah, way up at the north end of it. They'll work their way down.
Morning, custody up for a minute.
What else you got to report, Rev?
I'm Trying to remember what I was supposed to say. Don't be mad at me, Colette. I'm trying to remember. I know we got a lot of things we're partnering with other organizations.
That started from safe Minneapolis with Bob behind the whip. The Rev was there to ride along, to preach and nod and smile. They rambled about the waterways, then detoured for a while. The Rev was there to ride along, to preach and nod and smile. They rambled about the waterways, then detoured for a while. The Rev just sits and humors him while Bob repeats a tale. But after 3 long winding hours, the content's getting stale. So join. Just sit right back and you'll hear a tale of a fateful trip that started from safe Minneapolis with Bob behind the whip. The Rev was there to ride along, to preach and nod and smile. They rambled about the waterways, then detoured for a while. Though the sheriff's old, his knees are shot, but still he takes the wheel. He points at ducks and traffic lights, this tour is such a steal. The Rev just sits and humors him while Bob repeats a tale. But after 3 long winding hours, the content's getting stale. So join us now each Friday night where we endure once more a rambling Bobaganda trip, his 3-hour tour. Just sit right back and you'll hear a tale of a fateful trip that started from safe Minneapolis with Bob behind the whip. The Rev was there to ride along, to preach and nod and smile. They rambled about the waterways, then detoured for a while. The Rev was there to ride along, to preach and nod and smile. They rambled about the waterways, then detoured for a while. The Rev just sits and humors him while Bob repeats a tale. But after 3 long winding hours, the content's getting stale. So join us now each Friday night where we endure once more a rambling Bobaganda trip, his 3-hour tour. His 3-hour tour.
No, wrong camera.
Who told us that?
One of the back seaters.
How long has that been? Well, apparently we were on the wrong camera for a while.
Black screen.
Rev and I were talking about Sunday. There's a big hockey game between the city of St. Paul and Ramsey County.
Domestic. You can clarify. 265.
Yours truly, Bob Fletcher, coaching the county team, and John Choi. John Choi, County Attorney John Choi, is playing for the county team, as well as several of your CAT team members. Kyle Williams, Thomas Siegelstrom. Don't forget those guys. Chris Tolbert, who used to be on the St. Paul team, now has been traded for a $100,000 bonus. He's now playing for the county team. He works for John Choi since he left the city council. But this is a fundraiser for the St. Paul Intervention Project for Domestic Abuse. And Shelley Klein, of course, the executive director there, has put this together. We're going to post it. We'll have more information tomorrow. But for tonight, put it on your calendar for game at 12:30. It'll probably start a little later than that. But the doors open at 11:30. We will be down to Creepy, and there's a silent auction down there.
Okay.
I can't remember if I put a silent auction for a Live on Patrol ride along for that one or not. I may have. Not sure. But I'll know tomorrow.
Copy, advising
I
on the
should probably
911
find that
main
out.
line.
Backseaters might want to come and bid on the silent auction, right?
Within 19 meters.
But you can also donate online. But, you know, it's more fun to have you come down and root for us. Root.
For the home team.
Yes, for the home team. And so every year it's a close game. But this year, getting Delaware over to our team, we got the odds-on favorite this time, I think. I'm just saying. It only cost us an extra $100,000 to get them to switch. Traded them right over to us. But Tolbert, Chris Tolbert, we will all be there. CAT team members, Undersheriff Mighty Mike is going to be in the audience too. I think Chief Axel Henry is dropping the puck, if I recall.
Okay.
So Sunday, 12:30. We'll post more information about it tomorrow. If you're listening to this on Saturday, then it's actually the next day already.
Sounds like it's going to be a fun event.
Are you coming? You can stop by?
I will stop by, but I will not be in skates.
Copy, how was the vehicle?
You do skate though. I have seen you skate.
No.
Oh yeah. You skate. Like when I call meetings down there at the meeting, you sit in the back, you just skate right out the back door. Just disappear. You're like skating, floating.
Well, that part probably guilty as charged.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm as good as John Scheller.
Yeah, there's another guy.
He taught me everything I know about skating out.
Well, all right, go ahead. You got some more shout-outs. Pat says you got them all.
I got them all.
Okay,
I got to get back to where we were at.
Don't read that hockey one until we get through with our important hockey game. Yes, there is another hockey tournament next week, but not this week.
All right, we got a happy birthday, April 14th.
Zulu Golf X-ray 439.
Victoria and Aurora. Let's see what happens there. All right, go ahead. Happy birthday.
Sandy Sattler, April 14th. Love from Mom Sharon.
Okay.
Happy birthday, Lucas Cowden. Turns 38 on April 11th. Love from Aunt Nancy. Happy April birthdays to Mighty Mike Martin and Duke of Clear Right, Pat Scott.
Yeah, that's right. It's Pat's birthday too, isn't it?
Yeah. Thank you, Stormy.
Pat.
Happy birthday, Rick Seidel of Edwards, Minnesota. Turned 59 on April 9th.
You're good at this.
Happy birthday, a double. Chris Scott Stark of Granville, Michigan, wishes to wish his birthday buddy, Pat Scott, happy birthday on April 13th. Happy birthday, Chris. Shout out to the Ramsey County Sheriff's Office Pitmasters. Using your skill to keep our streets safe. That's from Teresa Evans in Red Wing, Minnesota.
And by the way, on that, just to interrupt him, if you haven't seen the two videos of the pits that occurred in the last couple days by our patrol division, and one of our guys, Deputy Winkle, just does amazing pits. He's always never afraid of ending a chase, which is the safest way, do a safe pit. And one of our new sergeant, Scott Erickson, amazing, smooth as butter pit. But take a look at, as I mentioned before, there's going to be a lot of content on the Ramsey County Sheriff's page that won't be vice versa. So try to follow our official department page that Steve Linders manages. And you think that guy went through that red light?
Yeah, but yeah.
You think he didn't know it was red? What do you think?
Well, let's see what he does.
Is that a green one there, though, right? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I gotta be honest with you. I wasn't paying close enough attention to say. I'm sure backseater could watch that and determine that he did, but anyhow. Whatever, you go ahead and continue.
All right. It says, first of all, thank you for your service. I was wondering if you could do some shout out. On April 6th, my granddaughter, Alea, celebrated her 4th birthday. My daughter and her husband, Cassie and Andy Johnson, celebrated their 1-year wedding anniversary. Cassie is also a police officer who I am so proud of. The biggest shout out goes to my mom and dad, Glenn 93 and Dolores 89 Soderstrom. Yep, who are celebrating their 72nd 72nd wedding anniversary on April 11th, today. Wow, what an honor. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
That is amazing.
And that is it for this week.
There might be some late ones that came in. I'll take a look here when we get downtown here.
Thank you, Pat.
I don't know how our cameras switch like that. You think the smartest man, Kyle Meestead, is home watching and then he falls asleep and then his head falls on the screen?
That might be it.
Don't you think? Or does he just, you think he's just, you know, playing with us just to, you know, he's like the puppet master, you know, because he has total control.
He wanted to see if we were paying attention.
Yeah.
He wanted to see if you backseaters were really watching.
Well, there is that black screen, huh? I don't know how that happens. I wonder if it's something we say. I wonder if Siri thinks that we're trying to change the...
171.
You braver than me. I don't even say that word around my phone.
Yeah, I know. It's always listening.
Caller sounds intoxicated, yelling about her son opening and closing her door. You can hear a male in the background yelling about a bottle of liquor, saying he's not doing anything. 171 copy. At 17 minutes.
Have you been on 5th of Minnesota lately?
Yeah.
It's empty.
You mean?
The store is closed. The tobacco store.
176, 166.
Yeah, I know.
Copy the suspicious.
Special shout out to our buddy Gus Manderscheid. Gus, thanks for watching. He sent us a little hello. We've talked about Gus, one of the kindest, nicest people we know. Works at the rink, taking tickets there. Sometimes at the movie theaters I run into him.
117, cancel 171. 171, you can stay clear. Thank you, Machine Man.
Everybody good? They're all moving. They all have a plan. At least it's warm enough, huh?
Right.
Now, is because the whole building's closed, is Jackie's Peg Leg closed too? Closed. And didn't he buy another bar or something? I heard he bought another bar downtown somewhere.
Oh, did he?
That's what I heard.
Isaac, if you listen, and let me know.
What?
That's who owns it.
Oh, yeah. I think I heard he got another spot.
I hope he did. I had just eaten there the Sunday, trying to support them. They had a brunch. It was pretty nice. What did she do?
I'm not sure. Yeah, there's a lot going on. cops are out there working. They've been more and more involved in stuff because Transit's been a hub of a lot of activity.
Yeah.
Not just here, but University Avenue. I'm going to see if Candyland will stay open late on Fridays. There's always construction somewhere down here, isn't there?
Always. That gold line. I wonder how the ridership is going.
I heard they're pretty empty.
Empty?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, here's the problem, okay? But, I'm not critiquing anybody, but the gold line was conceived when people were working downtown.
Right.
Right? The idea was to move people downtown to their employment. Cheaper than renting a car, parking, or owning a car, parking, paying gas, etc. But the problem is now there aren't that many people working downtown. So the only reason to get, if you didn't work downtown, what would be the reason to get on the gold line? Shop downtown.
Yeah, the car's back here. There's people back here too. Just
maybe the shop in Woodbury.
I'm trying to find a place where I can
mute that a minute, will you?
Copy the 911 hang up at 1749 Thomas, within 14 meters at 21 minutes.
If they can come into the restaurant and say, "You're the Rev," and I said, "Well, how do you know that?" We heard your voice.
Yeah.
Imagine your voice.
Well, there is that. You know, this building on the right here. Speaking of my childhood, well, both of these are the Science Museum, right? Well, they were, but this one turned into what? Church?
Yeah.
Scientology.
Yeah.
But this little building right here, see these doors right here?
Mm-hmm.
My mom would bring me down here every Saturday.
Sure, right, Minneapolis, 70, we're back in the area here.
To go to the Science Museum. They have programs for kids down here.
Oh, wow.
Drop you off. You watch some movies, do some stuff. It's like a science day, and then they pick you up at the end of the day. Learned a lot there at the Science Museum. But it's not the Science Museum anymore. It's the Health Department maybe or something. And the Science Museum is over on the river now.
Right, it's history something.
History. So. Oh, a beautiful picture there of the Capitol in the background behind the Law Enforcement Memorial. It's kind of a nice picture, actually.
Right,
I like the concept of
law and order.
Politicians backing up law enforcement.
Yeah.
Some of them. You can kind of see it. See that little picture there? Law enforcement, the memorial. I like it.
114, 178.
Report of a shooting earlier over on Birmingham. The victim apparently self-transported somewhere, but not Regions.
78.
We don't have any reports.
Medics at 2700 University Avenue. There's a female laying in front of the Dogwood Cafe.
2700 University Avenue. A female laying in front of the cafe.
166, that's 178.
I am really shocked. Pursuits stemming out of that racer gate gathering.
Parking lot's all wide open.
But
166, your case number is 0.
maybe they're learning their lesson. What do you think?
I think, yeah.
Well, it's a very strong law. If you get caught in a pursuit, you're forfeiting. You're giving up your car.
121, your case number is 060 025. Thank you.
Yeah, you don't want to give up a nice car.
Plus, with the helicopters, I didn't mention, but we did have helicopters. Oh, I got another report. I got to tell you, two of our, and for those, you go read the comments because someone was going to comment on this. Two of our historical auto thieves / breaking into cars are two juveniles that now are 18 years old. One of them just turned 18 here in the last 2 weeks. Got arrested today in Edina. And I won't mention their names here, but you can see them on the Crime Watch Twitter page. Crime Watch X page, Twitter page, Minnesota Crime Watch. The Edina gave a press release out at 12 this afternoon, but the Crime Watch people went and figured out who got arrested. So I'm very disappointed. I just talked to these two kids yesterday and try to talk them into not stealing, okay?
Right.
But they break into cars, steal whatever's loose. Credit cards are their favorite, and then they go use the credit cards, which is a felony. So, when I'm talking generally, I don't have the specifics yet on the Edina case, but Edina arrested them. And they'll be charged sometime, probably on Monday. But they're both local kids, and then Edina came over and did a search warrant over in St. Paul. Search warrant. So, but I can tell you that they roamed Edina, South Minneapolis and Edina, looking for victims. South Minneapolis and Edina.
Not good.
And, there's obviously a lot of more income there in Edina than some places, so.
I think I have to call it.
So, anyhow. Worked with those kids for the past 3 or 4 years, tried to get them. And I will say this: I am a believer that if the justice system holds kids accountable at a young age, they're less likely to do it as they become 18. And our system has some weaknesses there.
Right.
Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Right? Every kid's different. Everybody has different needs.
Probably early morning.
And then the other thing is that one of the other families we've been working with, the social services finally decided that the mother, we won't mention any names, was so poorly prepared and able to take care of children that, finally we've been saying that those kids need a better environment. They took some action.
Wow.
And God bless them. Thank you, social services, because one of the problems, though, folks, is we need more foster homes. Back when I was a young juvenile commander, we could take kids to Children or Regents Hospital, and then we had foster homes that would take them anytime. We don't have as many foster homes availability as we used to. There might be there, but in terms of availability.
Right.
Dale and Rondo. Mike,
I think you should think about being a foster father.
Who?
You.
I just copy Dale and Rondo.
I think you'd be great at it.
Copy it.
Dale and Rondo. You heard that.
That's my only superpower, really. Radio listing. My wife hates it. 6, 7 radios blaring at one time.
26 Tango.
And you know, most normal people would hate it, right?
Dale and Rondo.
Right.
Mike Whiskey, Mike 99. Copy Dale and Rondo at 29 minutes.
Cat team did a search warrant right down the street here. The rest of the guys, some guns and drugs. This week.
1504 Sherburne, apartment 1. Loud music, make the phone call safe.
What do we got here? No black stripes on that one, right? Oh, yes.
Yes, there is.
Okay. Well,
170.
it's not one of the ones we want, but it is a black striped.
Copy at 31 minutes.
That one's a Challenger, though, right? Instead of a Charger.
624.
Unit 141. 56-year-old male screening. Val and
166. The squads are back for 1504 Sherburne, apartment 166. Loud music.
Team cancel medic, descent to 114. Females walking away, declining services.
Making a U-turn.
Copy, canceling medic.
Have you noticed how quiet Selby's been?
Yes, we were talking about that today.
I mean, it's just amazing, isn't it?
Amazing.
What do we attribute that to?
I don't know. I think with what's her name? Rondo Land Trust.
Huh?
Rondo Land Trust.
Okay.
Dedicates resources to rehabbing and reopening all the buildings.
Yeah.
I think that's going to be a big plus.
Well, what do you attribute the quietudeness now?
I think that did it. By her obtaining the buildings up on that end,
Okay.
or by them, I shouldn't say.
Well,
her.
I think that's a factor, but come on. Being a St. Paulite, a Selbyite, we all know the big reason that things are quiet on
We
Selby.
ain't gonna say that.
We all know the reason things are quiet on Selby, Rev. Because you did amazing work. God bless you.
Copy code 432 minutes.
Okay, I'm not going to say it. Nobody's going to get to say it.
We're not gonna say it.
Okay. All right, we'll get to say it. But you longtime backseaters who've watched us for a while, you can put it in the comments.
Yeah, I want to see.
You can put it in the comments because you guys know why Selby's quiet now.
Romeo Papa, Whiskey.
Yep.
028.
Quiet Selby.
Quiet.
It's amazing how few calls we get down here. I mean, we worked this street for 40 years. This is the quietest it's ever been. Even before Latimer started the development here.
Yeah.
This is just quiet. 10-2.
Yeah. Look how quiet it is.
Okay. Occupied stolen downtown.
Correction, this is
Well, let's go see what we can do.
It's not that white charger.
But it's not moving.
8197, 8190.
Romeo Papa, Whiskey.
Where is it?
028.
Is it still moving or what's going on?
Somebody rang the bus.
We're not really giving you updates.
Copy that. 224,
that's 224, repeat your last.
224. We're one in custody.
Okay.
241 in custody.
Occupied stolen, did not flee. St. Paul's got it.
And I got it.
Did somebody get it right? No?
Yeah.
I can't read the little words on your phone. It's enough?
Yeah.
Well, that isn't the only reason, but the point is that there's been a lot of good work going on, both from law enforcement, the community, the developer, like you said, and, you know, this neighborhood used to be on the brink.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
And it no longer is. It's just doing great.
But it take a visionary like you to...
No.
Yes.
Well, it isn't. I'm just going to be honest with you. People talk about it isn't that complicated to reduce crime. You just have to go to where it is and put the fire out, right?
Right.
I mean, people say, "Oh, well, don't spread your resources around the whole town if there's no fire. Go to where the problems are." So take a look at Case and Edgerton, right?
Yeah.
Remember that?
I remember it.
How about LaFond and Elfeld?
Yes, I remember that.
LaFond and Elfeld. I mean, you know, 4th Street over there. I mean, you can just take, if you put your time and attention into the problems, they won't grow.
Wall Street East for a conflict heard 3 loud anonymous shots fired or fireworks.
So it's the same thing anywhere. Target resources to where the hot Right, Rev? I mean, look at the impact everywhere you guys have gone. Whoa.
Right.
6 months.
Hey, did we say happy birthday to Mickey Frost?
I don't think we did.
Mickey Frost, and him and his wife celebrated his birthday in grand style. They went to Egypt.
I heard that.
Yeah.
Who told me they went to Egypt?
Yeah, I just talked to him the other day. He said it's the best thing.
Took his children with too, right?
Yes.
To Egypt.
Went to Egypt.
Yeah, that's cool. It's really cool.
A tale of a fateful trip
really cool.
that started from safe Minneapolis to Bob behind the whip. The Rev was there to ride along, to preach and nod and smile. They rambled about the waterways.
If you're friends with Mickey on Facebook, you should see. Look at the pictures. He looks like he's at home with his dreads. He's got this white thing tied around his head. He looks like he belongs there. So he had a ball.
But after 3 long winding hours, the content's getting stale.
Never been to Egypt. Studied the history there, though.
Oh, did you?
Oh, yeah. Well, you know, that's a nation. It goes way back. And, of course, you know, being a man of Scripture, Moses spent some time there. Right?
Yeah.
The whole Jewish population was enslaved there for many years. So Moses freed people after the plagues, right?
To preach and nod and smile. They rambled about the waterways, then detoured for a while.
There's a line in the Bible that I mentioned before that's very powerful.
Nod and smile. They rambled about the waterways, then detoured for a while.
After Moses is frustrated, doesn't think he really can do what God wants him to do, and he's meeting with God at the burning bush, right? And finally he says, "What do you want me to do, Lord?" After Moses tried and failed all the time, and God just says, "Watch."
Join us now each Friday night where we endure once more.
God performs.
A rambling propaganda trip is 3-hour tour.
Watch. Watch. Behold, watch. So, but, of course, the pyramids are an unbelievable mystery of creation, right? I mean, how do the manpower, how do you build something like those, right?
Who had the Wow.
Well, I mean, it's... I don't know. It's hard to say. I have a hard time with just Legos.
311.
We're going back. We're going to go tool around up in Como a little bit. We have crime surrounded tonight, folks. They're all waiting for us to go off. Actually, last week we went off live. We ended up stopping. We ended up stopping those two that got arrested today in Edina.
Right.
176, clear, advised, with 170.
Copy, 40 minutes.
You try to convince them, hey, there's no, you're going to get caught if you keep doing stuff. Just don't. I did have a call from one of their friends that's troubling me. I'm going to tell you, I just got to be honest with you. We've worked with these kids for 4 or 5 years now, and they're getting to the age now where they know this is a dead end if they keep up. But one of them told me, I need a job. Can you help me get a job in the trades?
That's 221-215.
That, we have to work on that. We have to get some labor trade jobs.
Right? Well, we can send them to Summit OIC. We have a connection there that we can get them into schools where they can learn the trade and then go right to work.
Okay.
And if they don't have their high school diploma, they can get their GED right there.
This one said, hey, I got my degree now. Now I just need a job.
Well, you need to send them to the union hall.
Yeah, I don't know exactly, because they need a little pre-screening, some of these kids, to make sure that they have the work ethic, right?
Right.
But basically, what I told them. If you worked half as hard at a trade job as you did in the past stealing cars, you're gonna make it.
He's gonna make it.
Call back and
if he's listening, call Mickey Frost. He will begin the process to get you to a trade organization.
Okay, we're gonna hook up when he gets back, and I'm sure he is
He's
listening.
back.
I'm sure he is listening. So call me tomorrow. You know who you are, and we'll try to fulfill that request.
117, copy update.
42 minutes.
Yeah, we have a very good connection at Summit OIC in Minneapolis.
Copy. And just be advised,
Honestly, she will work with whoever we can get over there. Want to learn a trade.
We are in Como Park. We got all the radios on, folks.
117, copy update.
42 minutes.
Prince. The Prince light is on. Look at that ahead of us. Purple. Isn't that gorgeous? Prince light.
We were talking about walking around this lake. You ever walked and read all the names on the benches?
I have not read them all, but my father-in-law, Jim Ryder, is on one of them.
Yep, Jim's on one.
Yep. Jim Ryder, council member. Wonderful man. Funnier than hell.
This was his ward, wasn't it?
It was.
Yeah.
Thankfully, he passed his sense of humor onto his daughter.
Put them in like the couple that's taking part of the ship here.
And thankfully, she doesn't use that on me.
All right.
Are you taking off for class tomorrow? If so, have a good night. See you next week.
Send it back 201 to copy on a shots fired. 221 5th Street, beautiful caller. 4 loud bangs. Believes there were shots.
Downtown, in the middle of, right by the bus station there, somebody thought they heard some gunfire. Further east than the bus station, down a little more by Vries Park.
Hey, from 273, correction, 272 is going back. 45 minutes. 213.
534
We're going to try to stay out here till we...
Have a nice night.
Somebody brings up a little stolen car here. Again, if you haven't seen the 2 videos on the Sheriff's Department official page, go there and watch them, because the 2 pit maneuvers that are there, some great police work by our patrol officers. We're gonna put more of those. I've decided we're gonna, on that page, on the Sheriff's Department page, versus Live on Patrol, we are gonna publicize squad car video of incidents like that.
That's good.
534 downtown.
It's good to see what your officers are up to. I mean, you're not going to see it live there, but you're going to feel like it's live.
In the area of CHS field within the last 5 minutes. 45 minutes.
Copy.
46 minutes. Good night.
46 minutes. So you and Beverly are watching the Timberwolves, and how did they do tonight?
Well, when I left, they were just obliterating.
They were what?
They were killing the, what's the name of the team?
6-3.
And 213, the single caller is saying they came in the area of CHS field within the last 5 minutes.
Got him.
46 minutes.
To
make the playoffs.
Well, make it without having to get in the play-in game. Yeah.
Looks like the Wild are going to be okay, though, huh?
Yeah. They were
that overtime win was huge. They what?
They got beat today.
But they were like 5 points ahead or something?
Yeah, I think they're safe.
Well, but that overtime win was huge.
Huge.
Get those 2 points. And Erickson and Kaprizov, they both came back for that win in that game. So I don't know if they're healthy, but I suppose they said, what the hell, if we don't make it to the playoffs, it ain't going to do us any good to get healthy, right?
Right, what was it, 8-7?
Yeah, something like that.
So we'll have a couple good games to watch. So are you a college basketball fan?
Me or the backseaters? Well, I enjoy watching it. I don't root for anybody in particular.
Well, that's probably the best attitude to have right now.
Right.
With this, what do they call it, transfer portal?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
You're pulling for a kid and the team, and soon he leaves.
176.
It used to be very rigid rules, but then the courts decided that really isn't fair to the kid. Let's listen to this call. Here it comes.
For DOC at 1504 Sherburne, lower, saying that they called about a noise complaint. After the police left, the neighbor came up to the cops' door threatening her.
This was an old call. Remember the 1504 Sherburne? The cops went there and told the guy to knock it off, and then
mentioned firearms.
And then he went and threatened the neighbor that called.
Oh.
You know, it's just people. Some people have no class.
None.
Or maybe that's not even the right term anymore.
And a sergeant's copy.
No common sense?
176.
Hey, go back to the camera.
Any weapons seen?
What camera?
Make sure we're... Oh, I got the thing right here.
Are we okay?
Yeah, we're good.
For DOC and 1504 Sherburne.
I think that's an old message.
The cop hasn't seen one. They called about it. Looks like he's familiar with them. After the police.
We were out in Roseville.
Clarify. It's going to be a black female on her 20s, 5'6".
Through the heart of Roseville here on Conroe B, which is 1 mile north of Larpenteur. I'm going to have to go over those numbering systems again for people because a lot of people have either forgotten or never heard the numbering system in St. Paul. For houses. Not tonight, but it's coming. We're going to have a tutorial. Got to go to the map. I might have to go to the map board for everybody to understand. I think I'll have the smartest man, Kyle Meestad, explain on them. I'll explain while he videos.
I'll check with the TC and clarify.
Understanding the numbers in Ramsey County.
I think, what is the new show that you do beyond the live?
You should do it there.
That's a good.
We'll have Linders do it on his page. Understanding the numbering system. 480 numbers per mile, folks. Don't ask me why it's not 500. I'm just telling you. 480 per mile. 240 for a half mile. 120 for a quarter mile. And 60 for an eighth of a mile.
176, you can say clear.
It's rock solid. Summit is 0. University is 480 north. Front Street is 960 north. Another 240 numbers. You're at 1200 at Maryland North.
197.
We're running out of things to do. We're running out of things to do here. We're gonna go check out North Rice Street.
Chevrolet in Innsbruck at 51 minutes.
Yes, if there was hazardous driving taking place, we would stop it. But it's very quiet out here. Oh,
yeah, use it again.
No quiet word. Have we gotten our McDonald's yet?
Yes, you have.
Okay. Thanks. Who's over there in that pickup truck?
Probably eating the McDonald's.
Is that one of our guys eating some McDonald's? What else is going on crime-wise?
What did St. Paul celebrate?
What do you mean?
The gun crimes.
Oh, crime is down. I mean, it's a wide variety of things, but there's no question crime is down for the first quarter. We'll publish the numbers here at some point. They were celebrating the lack of shooting incidents, but that's just one factor in all of it. And I'm very proud of our team for contributing to that reduction in crime. It's a team effort.
Yes.
I would say that one of the big advantages that St. Paul has so many more officers per capita than Minneapolis does. It really helps them create a presence. Minneapolis is working on it. It's like the Hogs Rest still going. The new Flamberger location here.
Ain't that a beautiful building?
We're going to go in there sometime, you and me.
4362, clear traffic citation.
See if anybody recognizes you.
53 minutes.
Rev. Hey, Rev.
Hey, Rev.
You know, the one fatal flaw in this whole Live on Patrol is when I'm out here driving around, turning left, using my feet on the pedals, I feel like I'm getting exercise. But that's really not true, is it?
Well, you feel like it, so it's okay.
Well, I mean, keeping my brain stimulated.
Right.
But, you know, I mean, it's not easy driving 4 or 5 hours straight. It's fun when I'm with you, the Rev and Pat, you know. But I mean, if your brain tells you you're doing something constructive, when in fact your body might be saying the opposite, right?
Right. I saw Bill Finney today.
Oh, how's he doing?
He's doing good. He's finally catching up with that retirement thing.
Good. Moody said he called him out of the blue. Did he mention that?
Yes. Moody. What did he say he had to call Moody for?
I don't know.
He did tell us.
Moody called him.
Yeah, it was good to see him.
Where was it at?
Coffee Cup.
Coffee Cup? Oh,
Coffee Cup.
I got to stop in there. It's only open in the mornings now, right?
Yeah.
What time?
Well, it's open early, and I think it closes like 2, 3 o'clock.
Okay.
We're normally there at 10.
Okay.
And this morning we had to sit with him because it was crowded.
Okay.
And we were late.
Well, if you see him again, please greet him for me.
Yes, we will. And he asked me if I was riding tonight, so.
62 Limousine on 111's call.
Yeah, it's one of my regrets. I only had him out one time. I wish we had taken him out more. He's got so much history.
I don't know how both of you can sit in the car together.
Why is that?
Y'all couldn't do no police work.
No.
Because you're the historians.
Well, he's got even more history than me. I mean,
and he is, yeah.
He knows. He goes way back.
Copy, snowing in Midway at 55 minutes.
You know, I was born in St. Paul, but I was raised in Maplewood. But he's the life.
P197,
St. Paul. I went to Hamlin. But Bill's got so much city history.
On this portion of this call is going to be unfounded, handling completely over the phone. No vector names. They're just passing her out.
Turn that one down.
And I'm investing on production orders. I'm doing my copy.
Okay.
176.
Got it clear, thanks.
Copy my Yankee Mike 504.
That was a whole lot going on there.
P197.
Copy, snowing in Midway at 55 minutes.
Your suspect is going to be a Russian male, 35 years old, 5'9", average build, wearing a Calvin Klein sweater with a black jacket over it. Unknown description for the firearm. He pulled it in the parking lot on a female.
97, I copy. Show me the area.
It's probably a good training habit to talk fast like that, because when it's really busy, it's beneficial. But late at night,
We have is a Russian male, 35 years old, 5'9", average build, wearing a Calvin
I'm
Klein
okay with you
sweater
talking
with a
slower.
black jacket over it. Unknown description of the firearm. Just know that it's outside.
you got a Russian guy with a firearm. Russian guy with a firearm in New Brighton.
I think I see him on the front steps. Where do you see him? I'm on the south side of the building.
Oh, they're way in New Brighton. We're on the other side of town. But
Front steps, he's pulling inside his jacket.
well, 35-year-old Russian.
4041. You show me at the gym.
Your suspect is going to be a Russian male, 35
He's got a Calvin Klein sweater on. A black jacket over it.
Copy, code 4 at 57 minutes.
Says he was threatening people. We'll find out how this resolves itself.
2160 on Central, transporting to LE.
Cowboy Jacks.
Oh.
Cowboy Jacks over there in New Brighton.
Description we have is a Russian male, 35 years old.
Palmer Drive.
Average build, wearing a Calvin
Yeah,
Klein
that's not
sweater with a
good.
black jacket over it. Unknown
He's
description of the
compliant.
firearm. And calling a 10-1 for Plaza.
What do you say?
I think I see him on the front steps.
Yeah, I missed the first part. What'd you guys say? Here we go. Alright, buckle up.
841. Where's the next mile? The last one lane from home.
Alright. Seatbelt, Rev.
Where are you at, Bill? Yeah, Whitby and I when we're
Rev, you see those sticks behind the chair there?
That time again?
Yeah, it's that time again. And you, if you would mind.
Next time.
Should you say west? Turn them up.
Continue through north follow at Bear Pass Mark.
You got them? Pull them up, mister. If they break, they break. You're going to need them shortly.
Contact.
You ain't gonna make.
Head okay?
You ain't gonna make the Schwinn Shop turn. I told you about the Schwinn Shop turn before?
I know exactly what you're talking about.
The Schwinn Shop turn at White Bear and County Road B. chased the guy there once, and he went right through the gas station. Destroyed his car.
7836, we have 2 detained.
Got the driver prone out.
Have you investigated? Still holding the air.
Oh. Where's your stop? Where is he at now? Yeah, I know you're not there, but I didn't get the location. Did the car stop or what happened?
I believe so. They in the airport.
We're north runway Verna Sims.
I mean, south north runway Verna Sims, you know,
6 female in the custody.
Got the driver prone out.
Well, I'm not exactly sure. We know the car stopped at Iowa.
St. Paul and County are out with a vehicle that has led a traffic stop. They are currently at White Bear in North St. Paul Road. They do have the driver prone out. They're stopped northbound, but
okay.
White Bear, North St. Paul Road. Five 9 cars clear.
You know, the other thing is, we do have the ability.
One of the 3 squads, and actually one of the cars is clear.
Check on the. Here's the Schwinn shop turnout silent. If a car makes it here on this curve, coming north, it's going right through the gas station.
there's one that can check the vehicle for siren.
So.
Yeah, thank you. Okay.
This is Billy Thurmer that was chasing the car. Is Burrill there? There are 2 squads going down, probably from Maplewood. Supposedly it's right here at North St. Paul Road, which is also known as 7th Street. Wasn't terribly long chase. Will give you the feel for the. There's the car they apparently chased.
310 Tango traffic. Romeo, Whiskey, Bravo, 967 at 987, excuse me, at Maryland and Herbert.
Copy, Maryland and Herbert.
Heavy.
I hear an helicopter.
9170 traffic.
9170.
Southbound Century. We were south from Joy.
310 Tango, dead on the side. Maryland and Hazelwood.
King Mike X-ray 423. Still rolling here.
What is that?
Which one? That's another one going on.
Happy Century. Southbound, south of Joy, slow to stop. Copy, Maryland and Herbert.
That one's up in
I think we're going to be maybe stopping here out in front of 2825. I think it's Geneva here.
4440. Happy stopping in front of 2825 Geneva.
That's Odie there.
Route
Thurmer. Checking her, see if the car's still on. Yeah, it's hard to say if they decided to stop or they were in the midst of a pit. I don't know there, but you know, the thing is, when you're in the middle of trying to stop a car, it's hard to get all the information out.
Anyone else can slow? I'll just take 1 or 2 routine.
Okay, Mike, X3423.
Copy control, question slow.
Rolling here. I think we're going to be maybe figure out in front of 28.
So what kind of car is that? A Ford?
100.
Somebody will tell me. I know that it just doesn't look like a car you try to flee the police.
We have a minute. Can you close that?
Well, unless you think that they aren't going to chase you.
Oh, you know?
Well, yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
That's true.
Yeah, 105.
Is that a tow truck already? What the hell is that? Oh.
Gas truck.
Oh. So we got Darren McDonald, we got Billy Thurmer, Sean McManus, Odie, CAT team members, Kyle Williams there. I'm not going to bother him right now. Come over because
We have a minute. Can you go back?
Copy code 4 on traffic.
he's got the purse. Looks like maybe it was a female, huh?
Yeah.
I don't know. Really look good with that purse.
Copy.
Through there, see if there's any contraband, alcohol, drugs, guns. All right. On to the next matter there, Rev?
Yeah.
9170. Anybody not on scene can clear them. Go for it.
I'll swing
Squad
over.
117.
I got a little brief
911,
from one of them
hang up
when we
at
got
Avenue,
in terms of the
within 5
driver.
meters At 107.
What's the scoop, Billy? No, I don't care about it. Who you got driving? Oh, there are 2 of them in there? Or just
Olivia Johnson.
Yeah, you look good at that purse. Is that hers?
I think Olivia's a little bit too much.
Oh, well, she's an adult though?
Yes.
Too much consumption?
Yes.
Okay, well, it's a nice name. Good work. Anyhow, did she eventually stop, or did you? What did you? We were about to pit her.
No, she slowed down to turn into nothing, and then I got alongside, and then she decided to turn as I we'll make contact here and stuff.
Yeah. All right. Very good. Very good.
Aren't you fishing in 4 hours?
Oh yeah, I got to take him home.
Right.
Good memory.
Oh, it's 3 hours.
Right.
Are you not going anymore or what?
No, we're not fishing.
You're not going fishing? To Rushford with the kids?
Yeah, they're going fishing with 46 kids at
Trout?
5 a.m.
Aren't you going there?
5 a.m.
115.
I asked me if I want to go, and like 5 a.m. No.
Darren said he wasn't going.
All right, you guys. Hey, tonight get a hold of me before you go home. Before you sneak off.
We're going to go recover that car.
Why does Kyle look so unhappy? What's going on?
Oh, I'm good.
Okay, good. See you guys.
Just a little bit of a tease here.
Yeah.
Subject is possibly in apartment 207. It's a possible PIC caller.
Bob really thinks that I'm going to go, it's 1 o'clock.
At 109.
And they're going fishing at 5 o'clock.
Well, I don't know that. They're not leaving that early. But,
Huh?
I don't know when they're leaving. But these kids don't mind getting up early to go do something fun.
Right. They're going to have a great time.
Oh, well, I don't know if you're going fishing or not.
No.
For DOC at 280 Rainbow.
Oh, did Darren tell you he saw me today? He brought me a gift that you didn't tell me about.
Well, normally I have a quick comeback and I can bring it up, but in this particular case, I don't know what it is. Your certificate. How many years?
5 years.
5 years.
Me and Star Wars.
And you've done like 10 years worth of work in those 5 years, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Me and Star Wars. Andre. Yeah.
5 years.
I remember the first.
What's the date on that thing?
What?
What's the date on that card, on that certificate?
March 30th.
Okay, is that the right date?
Yep.
Okay.
March 30th.
Well, congratulations.
I'm clear on the thanks to road for stop home.
Well, what a tumultuous. The pandemic was just ramping up, right?
Yeah.
George Floyd. The next 2 months later. That's what a time to be in police work, huh?
5183 copy on West, still holding the 10-1 for the call at Cowboy Jack's.
Oh.
8190 there.
Cowboy Jack's. Well, Rev, you did a good job getting those sticks up in the front seat.
Well,
I just want you to point that out. You did a great job.
I do like you.
I gotta go get a concussion protocol, but outside of that,
it was.
I know it's a problem getting those out.
Yeah.
Well, number one, they're crammed in the seat. I cram them in a little bit too hard. You know why? Because they make noise otherwise.
Oh.
And then if I throw a few articles of clothing over the top of them, that doesn't make it any easier, right?
Right.
And then, of course, as soon as you pull on them, well, they pop.
Right. And hit you right in the head.
Yeah, that's all right.
Chris, I did not hit him in the head. Here we are.
4467 traffic.
It's another corner we stood on.
Yeah.
Now the store is closed, boarded up.
Midnight just off of 94.
We've cleaned up a lot of corners.
Yep.
A lot of corners. Yeah. Well, man, in the old days, it was Milton and Selby, remember?
Do I remember that?
Yeah, Milton and Selby, that's completely.
Ice cream shop.
Yeah, that's crazy.
2 scoops.
122, 125. 122.
122, 125.
For domestic at 958 Fuller. So I was trying to break windows from the outside. Officers were just out. Caller sounds intoxicated. Once officers come back out and take the front away. 220. At 113.
Lake Phelan?
Squadron are off that Fuller domestic. He lives there. They're both highly intoxicated. Just been quiet.
122. Copy. For domestic at 958 Fuller. So I was trying to break windows from the outside. Officers were just out. Caller sounds intoxicated. Once officers come back out, take them away. How do you feel?
Oh, 14.
114.
Fuller domestic. He lives there. They're both highly intoxicated. Just been quiet.
I hope you guys are taking my request seriously about going to our official Ramsey County Sheriff's Office page and watching some of the videos of our
with 8 Bravo, Victor 695.
Just make sure it stops, because if it doesn't, it's behind us. Anyhow, there's some great videos, squad car videos, that we're going to start posting. Squad car videos on the official page of examples of good police work or interesting things that occur.
Yep. Hey, you might want to say about your hockey game again. Sunday.
Yeah, I'll post that tomorrow. We want to get you out on Sunday, 12:30, Tria Rink, downtown St. Paul. The old parking ramp next to Dayton's there. Come on down and watch Ramsey County defeat St. Paul. The St. Paul firefighters, they got some good hockey players. There's some good athletes on that fire department, you know. But we always play them close. Play them close. But go watch some of those pit maneuvers, the pit masters. I think our department, except for the state patrol, we probably have more officers trained in the pit maneuver to end chases than any department in the state. The state patrol might have a few more. Not sure about that, but we're gonna give them the number one spot.
4467, clear traffic.
But we're like Avis. Avis, if you're not familiar with Avis Rent-A-Car, their original promo was we're number 2, but we try harder. We try harder.
We try harder.
Yeah, 160.
So we try harder. So right now we are actually only 25. The official Ramsey County Sheriff's page is only 25 followers away from hitting 39,000. Okay? And this is important because
Western Uni with November Tango Romeo.
Steve Linders wants to grow the viewership of the Sheriff's page. A lot of you go there and look, but you may not click to follow the page.
You see me looking.
So let's just see if we can, before we go to sleep tonight, let's see if we can get 20 followers, 25 more followers on the Ramsey County Sheriff's Office page. And then we can go to sleep. We can go to sleep at the knowing that we've accomplished something. And by the way, it's because of his.
Our Clearfield stop. We're gonna go recover that Toyota.
So, by the way, Linders is one of the most amazing writers. That guy is brilliant in his writing, Steve Linders. So honor him by following the official Sheriff's Department page. We're gonna watch. Are you on there, Brent?
I am actually a follower already.
Okay, you're a follower already.
I wanted to make sure.
Yeah. We went up 6 just now. Thank you.
All right, there we go.
There we go. We went up 6. Appreciate you guys.
It'll be there.
Appreciate you. 3 more. Thank you. This is fun. Watching those numbers go up. We're gonna hit that. Yeah, we don't post. It's not like the Sheriff's Office posts that much. Like once a day at the most, usually. But it's good stuff, and I promise you, it's good stuff. So, thank you. Oh, Jesus, we're only 7 away now.
7 away.
Holy mackerel.
Who wants to be the 7th one?
Well, I wish there was a way we could even know that. There we are, we're 3 away. Thank you. Oh, there it is. We gotta take a picture of that one.
Come on, get it.
Oh, I don't know if I got it. Shoot. I took a picture, but it went backwards. Oh, man. right up to 13 over. Well, we need those extra ones, you know, because sometimes people just unfollow you. So thank you.
Wow, that's wonderful.
But watch those videos. We're going to put a couple every week of some good stuff. Like I said, it's probably the only place to see that good stuff in Minnesota outside of State Patrol, but they do pits, but they don't really publicize them. So, thank you.
Wow.
Thank you very much.
Steve will be happy when he wake up tomorrow.
Oh yeah. You're gonna make that guy happy.
Copy code 4.
Truth of the matter is, if you look at law enforcement agencies in Minnesota, the State Patrol has a very active following, in part because they're statewide, of course. They have a good social media presence. I gotta give them credit. After their page, I would say there's another 5 or 6 really active law enforcement agencies. Obviously, Booker Hodges does a nice job in a little different way. But State Patrol, Ramsey County Sheriff's Office, Bloomington. Of course, none of us compare to Grady Judd down there in Lakeland, Polk County, Florida, for social media. That guy's got quite the following. That's Sheriff Grady Judd. Okay, what do we got going on in Maryland there? 10-1.
Copy, heading at 122. Closer to TD, good 3, 125, 122. 125, 122, you can stay there.
What do you see?
What?
What do you see on Maryland?
I don't see anything on Maryland, but there was a car. This car stopped on Maryland, but I think he's okay. Maryland. Now listen carefully to what he says next. 125 and 122. Now you're training your turn your ear over there.
We're suspicious, dousement in good hue. A group of subjects looking in house windows, moved onto a detached garage. Looks like they're trying to get in. The caller disconnected, and we were unable to get the address before the disconnection.
Okay, well, we might want to run down on that one, huh?
Yeah, 124.
We'll finally get a call.
125, 122.
I'm not exactly sure.
129.
What are you doing, Rev?
We're suspicious.
Man, I was looking at those numbers. That was so impressive. We're gonna have you boost everybody's page.
And we were unable to get the address before the disconnection.
There it is. No, what is that? What is the call?
Might be in the bottom because they didn't send nobody.
They sent somebody. Sometimes they don't update fast. Turn that up a little bit. Oh, I see. It's Dousman.
Copy. 125, 122, you can disregard. Two copies. Copy. 125, 122, you can
326 Tango 316.
Let's figure out the fastest way down there, huh?
326 Tango.
I was going to jump on the freeway here. I'm not sure if the computer agrees with me.
79 Bedford on a suspicious. Has a vehicle blaring its horn and driving up and down. Dark has CBM, no blades. And we do have a call for disturbance down the road at 703 for a very similar situation from an anonymous caller. Would I make the call separate?
Yeah, the computer doesn't think I should jump on the freeway. Interestingly enough. So I will follow the computer's idea. I would have jumped on it myself. Got off and I jumped back. But the computer doesn't calculate how fast I drive.
Just has a vehicle blaring its horn and driving up and down. Dark has CBM, no blades. And we do have a call for disturbance.
We have two detained. Is there an available car?
It's a very similar situation from an anonymous caller. Would I make the call separate?
There are Central Squad from Ibis.
We're going down to a call, which is pretty scary for people when people are looking in the windows and maybe going to their garage, right?
Ducks and traffic lights. This tour is such a steal. The rebel sits and humors him while Bob repeats the tale. But after a long winding hours, the content's getting stale.
We have two detained. Is there an available car with an Ibis that can meet us at St. Peter and Fest?
Run in on it as well. How's it look?
Clear right.
Clear right. We got a little bit of traffic on the left.
There are Central Squad with an Ibis that can meet 212 at St. Peter and Fest. Copy at 127. 122, 125, and a sergeant's copy. 122.
Here we go again. Turn it up.
125.
Turn that up a little.
For an assault at Cleveland and Randolph. Caller thinks someone was stabbed. Our passerby sees blood on the ground and saw someone stomping on a male.
Well, there's another call. If we go to this one, we'll be able to slide over to that one.
100 copies. Yeah, 128.
622 in rough.
Copy at 128. 125. That's sergeant's copy. 129. For an assault at Cleveland and Randolph. Caller thinks someone was stabbed. Our passerby sees blood on the ground and saw someone stomping on a male.
Dousman, good you call again, will you? It's on the list there.
100 copies.
No, not the right.
Yeah, 128.
090909. But did it lock you out?
There you go.
Copy at 128.
125. As far as we're aware, is the suspect still on scene?
Last squad, go again.
125. As far as we're aware, is the suspect still on scene?
Not good here.
It's Dousman. It's the first street. It's a strange street.
From what I can tell, it looks like they may be. It says there were 4 black males attacking another black male. Person with a knife possibly had a white shirt or hoodie.
You put it back in pending.
125.
So they can go to the other one.
You want to go again?
125. As far as you're aware, the suspect on stage. Copy.
Alright, well,
So there were 4 black
we don't have an
males
exact
attacking another
address,
black male.
folks. The call and the caller. The caller did not call back.
Yeah, female can be heard screaming from outside for the last 30 minutes. A vehicle honking. This possibly similar to the Bedford call, but unknown if they're related at 131. 302.
125. I'm about 4 blocks. I was getting there.
We're in some neighborhood. We're in the neighborhood here, Rev, if you want to keep looking.
Copy, yeah, 131.
302.
This is the corner. We are going to try to call.
301. 23327. I copy you guys north 1032 First Street for the disturbance. Yeah, female can be heard screaming from outside for the last 30 minutes.
2071 for 125.
Honking. This possibly similar to the Bedford calls, but unknown if they're related at 131. 302.
125 not locating the people. Be able to work on getting a better
We don't
location.
have an exact address, folks. And we do not have anybody answering the phone number.
I can check with the TC.
I'm going to try one more time.
Copy, you can really clear until we
2
find out.
calls there, no answer. We're at the corner of Dousman and Good Hugh, which says subjects looking in house windows. They moved into a detached garage. They didn't say they were in, it said it looked like they were trying to get in. So, Rev?
Copy, canceling 10-1.
Not locating the people. Be able to work on
Detached
getting a better
garage.
location.
I'm going to turn my lights on here. At a minimum, we'll scare some people away.
I can check with the TC.
Right?
Big old cat in the window.
Trying to get
125.
detached garage at 132.
Now they did dispatch it.
5181.
Caller is in a black Volkswagen Taos at Fort
Black
Snelling.
male, 34 years old, 5'6", heavy build, bring a black and
A
white
lot of
jacket,
detached
glasses,
garages
red,
here.
Logan, location.
Yeah.
Ford and Snelling. 132.
Fort Parkway and Snelling.
So,
Affirmative.
There's somebody looking out the door.
did you call?
Are there any squads posted there that can go check?
Okay. We got to call some kids looking in windows.
219.
All right, thank you. We don't have an address though.
Parties looking into house windows, like they're trying to get into the detached garage at 132.
There, Roseville, front back, 5181, DOC, wake up, 2100, Snelling, this man. And 125, is that just where the caller is now, or where they actually saw this happen?
Taos at Fort Snelling. Looks like the caller was pinging at Cleveland and Fort at the time of the call.
Kelly is still working.
Copy that.
Ford
And
and
you
Snelling.
lost out from that location. At Fort Parkway and Snelling.
Affirmative. Copy at 134.
Are there any squads posted there that can go check?
Kelly Thune, are you still working?
Suspect is a black male, 34 years old, 5'6", heavy build, black and white jacket, glasses, he has long black hair.
Can you look at that Dousman and Goodhue call and see there's a phone number there, but they don't answer? Run it through Clear and see if you can give me an address. And if you can, just text me with it instead of putting it on the air.
Looks like the caller was pinging at Cleveland and Fort at the time of the call.
But we have a phone number, folks. We have a database that sometimes is able to come up with linked phone numbers to addresses. But at a minimum, if they don't want to talk to the police, some people don't. They want to be anonymous. We can at least help scare them away, the bad guys. So,
6 Tango. Clear GOA was 310 Tango and 316.
you haven't seen anybody, have you, Rev?
Haven't seen anything moving
it could
except
be-
that lady.
It could be homeless too.
Like you said, there's a lot of detached garages.
Yeah. Since they mentioned Dousman first, my guess is they might live on Dousman, right?
Go ahead.
Don't you usually mention the street you
Right.
live on first? I don't know.
122. Clear GOA was 310
Show
Tango
me
and
at the
316.
speedway off of Rice.
Mounted Ford Snelling. Can we get an updated location where they're at?
$538.
I'll check.
Interesting house.
Copy, zebra foot, zebra.
Apartments.
So, we are
GOA 221.
we're probably going to
When you start
depart.
being investigated, it's going to be
I don't know what they-
2047 Benson. It's a construction area, but there's a car parked in the
A lot of
gate.
calls down here on West 7th tonight.
Copy, 2047 Benson Ave.
Mounted Ford
No
Snelling.
luck on this, and nobody wants to talk to us.
Put me on 215. Copy.
Check with DC.
So we might just continue over.
Urgently at Minnesota. Mike Burrill, Yankee 375. 215.
Copy.
Mancini's across the street from Dousman and Goodhue.
When you start being investigated, it's going to be 2047 Benson. It's a construction area, but there's a car parked in the gate.
Look for 13. Copy, 2047 Benson Ave.
62. Looks like we're not finding anything in this area. We've got a few squads searching. I'm going to check the university grounds here. There's not much more we're going to be able to do without a description from the victim. Or sorry, the caller.
Copy, at 137.
25 to 122. Have you located the caller? Otherwise, I'll try to give him a call myself.
Negative, also the intersection.
Copy that. Try to get one of them.
62. Looks like we're not finding anything in this area. We've got a few squads searching. I'm going to check the university grounds here. There's not much more we can do
Schmitz
without
beer.
a description from the victim. Or sorry, the caller.
That was a classic. So I'm glad it still says Schmitz on there. Like the Hams one, I don't think you can tell it's Hams.
122.
Schmitz Brewery.
2165.
The caller is saying they're near the Panera.
Negative, also the intersection.
2485 Drive. That's going to be Florida Canada. Smoke alarm sounding in the caller's apartment.
I'm checking there. Looks like he's also paying for Walgreens. I'll check Walgreens. 215, will you change the address to 2020? Unsure if it's Benson or 7th.
Just for info, the TC did advise them to put their flashers on.
Well,
One, two, two.
122.
The caller is saying they're near the Panera.
thank you everyone. The last half hour, your backseaters that added 40 plus 65 followers on the sheriff's office official page. The vendors will be very excited about that.
Have you seen these?
122.
The Be Kind stickers? What's it say?
It's a doll.
No way, you got a doll?
The caller is saying they're in Cleveland, Florida.
You got one too, yeah.
Nice, congratulations.
Daniel Rogers, you are so funny.
Is that like a flat Stanley? Bring Flat Stanley around all over to different different things. Send us pictures of rev spins.
9170.
Wow.
451 fleeing from me, Charlie, Sam, 225. Eastbound Fender D.
What's on route?
Clear westbound. He's definitely fleeing. I'm going to terminate. He's going south towards the mall. Out to Concord 130.
What?
Closing for Market. With November Papa Sierra.
Head south towards the mall, 140.
What the heck?
125, I'm 121.
Kyle, you want to see if you can get the description on that car before he ends it?
Copy at 140. Copy at 140.
What the heck?
149-752, you got a vehicle description?
114.
What's on route? Just to confirm, the phone was paying at
Silver sedan.
Cleveland and Randolph, correct? Not Cleveland and Fort Parkway at the time of the call.
Continuing on Ring Road. Maybe coming back out to Waker Avenue.
Beautiful. Ring Road is the one around Maplewood Mall. It's a white bear car that was chasing his car and kind of...
Right now.
Okay, there we go. The helicopter might still be up in the area. Alright, here we go.
Here we go.
Yeah, I went to the Waker Avenue. Looks like it's a couple intersections down.
Well, that's where they are.
I'm not chasing. That's why lights are off, routine speeds.
Not pursuing the glass house.
Street improvement for contact boyfriend. Just broke the contact windshield.
I'm sorry. It's going to be west from the transit center. Way in the distance, approaching 61.
In relation to this male, as he was last seen running north.
There we go.
The car lot, county squad.
Male, 22 years old, wearing a black sweater.
There goes Thomas Siegelstrom working the car lot.
I'm not sure if it's 100% that. Looks like it's going north 61 way in the distance.
It's a good guess if he's right.
Copy north 61 from Beam.
Well, there you go. Hopefully it's the right car, Kat. If it is, Thomas Siegelstrom will find it because he's working off duty over there at the car lot.
At the car lot.
1070, I'm probably going to lose it here. I'm not up to 61 yet. Was last seen north.
Copy last seen north, highway 61. I think.
You got it, Thomas?
No, I don't. The plate he gave. So, must have been a ways up.
To 70, I'm at 694 and 61. Still got eyes on it? Negative, nope. It was turning 61 when I aired it earlier. Northbound. I lost it from there. Copy.
Do what was the description again?
Silver sedan. What's the registration?
Silver sedan, similar plate to Charlie Sam 225. 121, checking your status.
125, we're code 4. And other spots, just verify that there's nothing at the Walgreens at Millingren and Randolph, otherwise everyone can probably clear.
Yeah, I looped back around northbound.
15 out there at the Walgreens on Randolph. There's nothing there.
Car must be cut off somewhere.
Copy that. This is kind of seeming like TIC or property is related.
269.
it there just in case somebody reacquires it. But it doesn't sound optimistic, does it?
9170. I'm going to try to review my camera to get a better description for you.
White Bear car, a couple county cars. It was actually right on the border there of White Bear and Maplewood.
60 watts frozen. 166. 170. 171.
7-0 best bet is it probably got on the freeway. It was initially westbound, kind of a D-Delta at Whiteper Avenue with no lights on. I flipped on it and it ran the red.
179.
And fled from there.
179. 171.
Coming to my house to sleep tonight, Rob?
Couple walks up the avenue.
71.
Okay.
186 Tango.
Well, we're back out to Highway 36, kind of in the area.
Any other spots for roads 100 ELT?
It would be, but it doesn't look promising if we don't have a general direction.
Spot 10 good night at 146. 179.
265 on the UT.
Have a nice day, 146.
Just sit right back and we'll hear a tale of a fateful trip that started from safe Minneapolis with Bob behind the whip. The Rev was there to ride along, to preach and nod and smile. They rambled about the waterways, then detoured for a while. The surest his knees are
Yeah, Raj, have a good weekend. Bodie and Gary, are you still down there pulling that vehicle? Yeah, we'll be done in a couple minutes.
122. 122.
Yeah, 2 plates for me. The first one's going to be on an RV. It's Romeo X-ray
117. The noise complaint at 1866 Marshall. People in the backyard. It sounds like you're having
1866 Marshall. Down the street from Fairview.
Which one?
People in the backyard.
121.
Enjoying the warm.
We're still working on this, but it sounds like we've narrowed the location down to the bus stop directly in front of the Walgreens. That's Millingren Randolph.
Wasn't Cleveland and Randolph, it's the bus stop.
Copy. The bus stop in front of the Walgreens and 138.
It's 3/4 of a mile away.
117. Copy. The noise
It's looking for me when I watch this road.
for people in the backyard.
See, I'm recording when I say right, like it's gonna, like it's gonna send a message.
So don't send that message.
Which one?
121.
We're still working on this, but it sounds like we've narrowed the location down to the bus stop directly in front of the Walgreens. That's Millingren Randolph.
Isn't that amazing how they hear your voice and just take over? I don't know how that voice activation gets activated, but well, it's been a good night, huh?
Oh yeah.
I mean, a little
I'm going to go triple check that possible location then.
just because some are kicking in the
vehicle at 3666 County Line, 437, for a 68-year-old male conscious breathing.
We gotta fix this.
It's that blue button.
Yeah, but how do I get rid of that blue button?
Oh. Touch it.
Copy. We're just going to
No, that'll
please
send it.
video C4655
If you touch that button, it'll send it.
State was advising that there's a subject throwing objects at vehicles that fled back into the hotel. 9173, a copy as well. Thank you.
Anyhow, what I was going to say is one of the reasons we want to start posting videos of our patrol cars is, quite frankly, when we're working Friday night, sometimes there's not as much activity going on as there used to, so we're going to supplement. We're going to be like the on patrol live guys, you know, where they have some live, but then some of it's video from before. Only our video is going to be on the sheriff's page. The Ramsey County Sheriff's Office official page.
Copy, 151.
Run by our public information officer, Steve Linders, who we meet with and talk about what to post on there on a daily basis. So, anyway, the point is that we're going to try to give you more material. As a matter of fact, the material is pretty good because 3 news stations called to get copies of the videos that we posted.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, that's great. 3 news. So it's the first place you're going to get the best squad car video in the state of Minnesota. Undisputed best squad car video in the state of Minnesota.
There you go.
So, because our deputies are still involved in pursuits and pits and apprehensions. And, it's one of our duties to pursue and apprehend felons right in state statute. Pursue and apprehend all felons. We're going to head back to the Red Barn. And,
100, you can tell me it's snowing in Randall.
Call it a night in chiming hour. You know, there's some funny. I have to admit, people are pretty creative when it comes to social media, right?
Uh-huh.
5 years ago, you didn't have all these reels that you thumb through while you're looking at it. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Wait, you have reels now?
Well, we don't create them, but Linders, somehow Facebook creates them for you.
Right. I saw them today. I was like, whoa.
Yeah.
You can clear all squads report.
Facebook creates it. You know, this road car in front of us, I like those road cars. When I rent cars on the road, it's a medium-sized SUV, but it drives very nice.
Oh yeah.
It's on the road. It's got real shifter, not a little circle shifter, button shifter. It's got a shifter. That's important for an old guy like me.
311, that's good.
311.
Where do you think the Virginia plate is going?
Get out and let you go by?
Oh yeah, we'll just say hi. I'm just gonna say hi. They pulled over. Uber? How you doing? How's it going? How's your day going there, Yankee fan?
How are you, sir?
How are you? Are you Uber?
Yeah, I'm Uber. I'm driving off customer.
You are? All right. Well, we don't allow Yankee fans in this part. See you later. Got a big old Yankee hat on.
Big old Yankee hat.
Well, we got, because Dave Winfield, because we got Dave Winfield grew up here, we gotta allow that, right?
Right.
Dave Winfield, Hall of Famer, several World Series rings.
201 copies.
Say you got a Virginia plate and a New York Yankee hat on.
That's a rental.
Where's the Boston jersey?
178.
Squad back, 200 copy on his domestic, 419 Front Avenue, apartment D. Husband just hit the kid, was a bad, has been drinking, medic's also en route.
You're a good sport, Rev, for staying up this late.
Oh, yeah. Well, it got me out of going
227,
fishing.
219. Great for us going to back 213.
Trout, they're going, these kids are going trout fishing, I guess.
Right. And I'm thinking,
Just occurring at 155.
trout was when we had the fly fish.
Well, you can do fly, or I don't know exactly how they do that. It's not like a rapid. Well, I shouldn't say. I haven't been to Rushford since the flood, so I don't know for sure.
Yeah, we were trying to figure it out. I'm like, well, how are they? I don't know.
227, myself in 219. Yeah, Texas plate. Let's call it back. 53.
Go back and watch that racer part in the beginning before goes. I know you guys were watching the Timberwolves, and granted that is one play.
It's probably going to be what people heard for the shots fired. It was a baseball bat used against the vehicle.
Baseball bat versus a vehicle.
Well, nobody loses in that one, right? The vehicle, maybe. But at least nobody gets hurt.
Yeah, Texas plate. Whiskey Boiler, Foxtrot, 5351. That's the damage. All we got was the shots fired. Baseball bat is 122. 122. All getting colors. Squad can clear their convenience. Squad can clear.
Did he find it?
Well, Rev, it's been a pleasure.
It's always a pleasure.
Yeah, I'll call you.
Well, we are coming into downtown St. Paul again, and
give me a call whenever you're done.
We're going to sign off. You can tell our troops are wrapping up.
Squad clear.
Billy Thermer, Odie. Billy Thermer's processing is which likely DWI, and Odie and Darren are towing the car for him. One more drunk off the road. Well, we don't know. I don't know the blood test, I should say, but that was a speculation. Speculation, but one more fleeing vehicle off the road. Here we are. Well, thank you. Rev, you want to say, give the goodbyes? I want to see the doll again before we go. Can you show me that? Is there a real doll, or is this just a AI?
I am just...
You're not sure either?
Right.
Someone, let me see that.
Look at that guy.
That looks like a real human.
I got a response 159.
I don't think that's a doll. But... No, this is supposed to be Darren's driving.
Right.
My driving doesn't make him nervous, folks. It's Darren's driving.
Oh, yeah. Me and Darren were talking about that today. No, I'm not riding with him.
I was going to have him suggest that, but... So be kind. Rev Spence doll. The Sheriff Star has 6 points instead of 5. It says Rev Spence the second? No. Yeah, it looks like Rev Spence. I don't know. I can't read that. But there could be such a doll. And because could have been AI created. But the thing is, the person in there looks like a real human, right?
Yeah.
Dolls wouldn't look like that.
075.
Yeah.
I talked to Katrina. Remember Katrina?
Oh, yeah.
Man, our prayers are with her. She's been through a tough year.
What's going on?
All kind of stuff. Husband got sick, daughter got sick, son got... Oh, man. Because I hadn't heard from her. And all of a sudden we were talking. So, yeah, Katrina, we're thinking about you. I'm glad it just popped in my mind when we're talking about the dolls. We're praying for
she
you.
had some dolls made and stuff.
Yeah.
But I thought maybe people just got tired of buying our stuff. So, but she's got issues that...
Yeah, family issues. She said it's been one tough year. So, yeah.
I'm sorry. I didn't know that. Thank you for bringing that to our attention.
Yeah, so...
Katrina, who wrote the books and illustrated the books. So, anything else you want to say about, or would you rather just not say too much?
Yeah. I just want you to be in prayer and thoughts.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's important, and I think it's catching if we just be kind to one another, encourage one another, not pull down but lift up. This is I was reminded today, this is probably in my profession, outside of this profession, this is a busy week that we're going into with Palm Sunday.
Yeah.
So because of who I am, I want us all to be kind and respect each other.
Well, even if you weren't who you are.
And hold each other up. That's what we need in times like this. Right, we're going to turn these radios off because Bob's looking like he wants to go get somebody.
Well, I got to leave mine on my way home. You never know, and then I got to leave the camera right there in case something good happens.
And you can record it.
I can pop it right back. I can pop back online.
There's Darren.
All right, thanks, Backseaters, for joining us, and thanks for, if you haven't already, go follow the Ramsey County Sheriff's Office official page. Put some followers on that for Steve Linders in the morning. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
8197.
8197.
Myself and 8197.
Just sit right back and you'll hear a tale of a fateful trip that started from safe Minneapolis with Bob behind the whip. The Rev was there to ride along, to preach and nod and smile. They rambled about the waterways, then detoured for a while. The sheriff's old, his knees are shot, but still he takes the wheel. He points at ducks and traffic lights, this tour is such a steal. The Rev just sits and humors him while Bob repeats a tale. But after 3 long winding hours, the content's getting stale. Join us now each Friday night where we endure once more a rambling propaganda trip, his 3-hour tour. Just sit right back and you'll hear a tale, the tale of a fateful trip that started from safe Minneapolis with Bob behind the whip. The Rev was there to ride along, to preach and nod and smile. They rambled about the waterways, then detoured for a while. The Rev was there to ride along, to preach and nod and smile. They rambled about the waterways, then detoured for a while. The Rev just sits and humors him while Bob repeats a tale. But after 3 long winding hours, the content's getting stale. So join us now each Friday night where we endure once more a rambling propaganda trip, his 3-hour tour. His 3-hour tour.
Two Systematics, 2750 Victoria Street, Unit 326. 15
Rolling down 7, we see that ride. It's bobbing back, got the cameras live. They want love, now we bring the truth. Calling out names, justice for the youth. They push the lies, we push it back. Ain't no grandpa, his gas is black. 2008, he crushed the set, locked up the press, silenced the 10. They get to know us, boy we did. Uncover the facts, expose the hit. Action, Alex, Doug or two. Dirty hands in a dirty crew. Shout out girls, say it loud, say it clear. Justice for the names that they don't wanna hear. Bob got secrets, but we got the light. Friday night live, live, bring the truth to the mic. Millions lost, where the money go? Charter school scam and we already know. Taxpayers bled, no lessons taught. 10 mil gone, but the check ain't bought. Jailhouse races kept on staff. County sued, we did the math. Over budget, begging for more. Blame the board while he breaks the law. Names on our lips, hands in the sky. Say their names, let the truth fly. Names on our lips, hands in the sky. Say their names, let the truth fly. We shout out girls, say it loud, say it clear. Just for the names that they don't wanna hear. Bob got secrets, but we got the right. Friday night live, live, bring the truth to the mic. We did our homework. We ain't fooled by the grandpa act. We see the past, we see the lies, and we won't stop till the truth survives. Bring the truth to the mic. Rolling down 7, we see that ride. It's bobbing back, got the cameras live. They want love, now we bring the truth. Calling out names, that's for the youth. They push the lies, we push it back. Ain't no grandpa, his gas is black. 2008, he crushed the set, locked up the press, silence to 10. They get to know us, boy we did. Uncover the facts, expose the hit. Action, Alex, Doug or two. Dirty hands in a dirty crew. Shout out girls, say it loud, say it clear. Just for the names that they don't wanna hear. Bob got secrets, we got the light. Friday night live, live, bring the truth to the mic. Millions lost, where the money go? Charter school scam and we already know. Taxpayers bled, no lessons taught. 10 mil gone, but the check ain't bought. Jailhouse races kept on staff. County sued, we did the math. Over budget, begging for more. Blame the board while he breaks the law. Names on our lips, hands in the sky. Say their names, let the truth fly. Names on our lips, hands in the sky. Say their names, let the truth fly. We shout out girls, say it loud, say it clear. Just for the names that they don't wanna hear. Bob got secrets, but we got the light. Friday night live, live, bring the truth to the mic. We did our homework. We ain't fooled by the grandpa act. We see the past, we see the lies, and we won't stop till the truth survives. Bring the truth to the mic. Back in college, Bob had big plans. Gonna be a doctor, fixing up hands. Gonna be a lawyer, arguing in court, or an astronaut. But he's too tall for that sport. But one day, driving through BK, saw a sign that changed his fate. St. Paul PP is hiring now, and he said, I'm in, give me that badge somehow. Westman is to the Orient streets, milking my cup and some realtor beats. Tied to dreams in my Arcadia ride. More already knows that don't say names right. Hand me football, I was a star. Wrestled real good, never made it too far. Lifeguard days, saving lives at the pool, but science was hard, so I dropped out of school. Tried to read cases, studied the law, but lab time and books, that just felt wrong. Needed some action, needed a chase, so I put on a badge and I ran for a place in office. Westminster, Orient streets, milk in my cup and some realtor beats. Tired to dreams and the Arcadia ride. More already knows I don't say names right. I was gonna be a doctor, but you know all those labs. Could've been a lawyer, but law school is long, and the astronaut thing too tall, darn shame, huh? So instead I've been a cop since the 70s, and still can't say street names right. Westminster, Orient streets, milk in my cup and some realtor beats. Tied to dreams in my Arcadia ride. More already knows I don't say names right. Hey Dad, is that a Toyota or a Ford?
Bob, it's a Toyota.
Alright, so what street are we on? Westminster?
It's Westminster, Bob.
Close enough.
8197, one in custody, 52 away.
Copy, one in custody, are you?
Once was a kid with some tickle dreams. Doctor or lawyer, yeah, that was the scheme. But science was hard, law school took time. So he rolled through the drive-thru, saw a new sign. St. Paul Police is hiring today. And just like that, he threw med school away. Oh, Westminster's calling, but he can't say the name. Already confused him, all the same. Toyota or Arcadia's rolling on by, and it's shop won't take for lunch, don't ask him why. Hamline University, oh what a start. Wrestling and football, he was going so far. Lifeguard at the pool, hero of the deep. Now he's out on patrol, mispronouncing the streets. Leorian Avenue, where could that be? Dispatch is laughing, Bob, it's Lori, please. Oh, Westminster's calling, but he can't say the name. Rarity confuses him, all the same. Toyota or Arcadia's rolling on by, and if shop won't take for lunch, don't ask him why. Now his wife's a realtor, her family too. You'd think by now he'd know what to do, but realtor days won't fix that flaw. Cause he's sighing, Bob, that's not how it's said at all. She caught him one day saying no rarity. Tried to teach him right, but he just let it be. Oh, Westminster's calling, but he can't say the name. Rarity confused him, all the same. Toyota or Arcadia's rolling on by, and it's shop won't trade for lunch, don't ask him why. Too tall for space, too slow for the law, too stuck in his ways to hear what he saw. St. Paul's been listening all these years, still can't say no. It's no, my dears. Some of them leaders, some learn as they go. Some take directions, Bob just says no.
.4446.
4446.
Once was a kid with some tickle dreams. Doctor or lawyer, yeah, that was the scheme. But science long ago at handling you, Bob had a dream so grand. Doctor, lawyer, astronaut, oh, he had it planned. But science class was way too tough, the lap time was a bore. So one day at the drive-thru he saw something more. It was a sign at the Burger King saying cops wanted now. Boss said forget the courtroom, I'll go enforce the law. From lifeguard to lawman, his journey took a turn. And now he's out patrolling with so much left to learn. Oh, he brags about his football days and how he used to wrestle. But say a simple street name and Bob's in quite a mess. Oh, Westminster, the Oriental turns on the scene. And don't forget the Arcadia, the finest SUV. It was a sign at the Burger King saying cops wanted now. Boss said forget the courtroom, I'll go enforce the law. From lifeguard to lawman, his journey took a turn. And now he's out patrolling with so much left to learn. Oh, he swore he'd be a realtor, but law school called instead. Then astronaut was next in line, too tall or so he said. But if lawyers need some brains and doctors have to think, maybe Bob just took a path that kept him from the brink. Now Hennepin's got Mary Moriarty, no rarity. But Bob just says it how he wants it, it's his reality. He's drinking down some milk today, he's feeling mighty proud. And dodging all the danger while his partner's standing out. It was a sign at the Burger King saying cops wanted now. Bob said forget the courtroom, I'll go enforce the law. From lifeguard to lawman, his journey took a turn. And now he's out patrolling with so much left to learn. Well, folks, if you ever need a realtor or someone to mispronounce your name, you know to call, but don't expect them to show up too quick.
Callers, other people will be